Emblem Heroes.
Alrighty guys, welcome in Story Streams. Congrats on first. How are you today? Boom. Let's get right into some Fire Emblem Heroes to start. We'll be playing some Engage later tonight. But Heroes to start. Yes, Community Night was yesterday. That was actually pretty fun. That was, we started with Mario Kart, and then we went on to Smash Bros. After that. So we went pretty late there. It was fun times, fun times. We might change up how we do Smash Bros. Though. Instead of just doing like 4-player free-for-all, we might change it up, maybe do one-on-ones. Maybe we'll do that tournament thing. I've never actually done the bracket thing. So maybe a little bit of that sometime. How's your first day of all, or your day first of all? Overall, okay. A little tired. Like literally, so last night around like, I think like a little bit after 2 a.m. I got a notification that my salary ended up in my bank account because it's payday today. It's Friday, even though it's spring break. So my pay shows up in my bank account. Literally 10 minutes later, Intelligence Systems tweets out, "Hey, new Fire Emblem Engage merch. Who wants some?" And I'm like, oh, really? So gotta buy those. I've been waiting. So then I waited up late last night to see if pre-orders would go live because I want to make sure I get those pre-orders in right away. Usually these types of merch don't sell out super fast, but sometimes they have in the past, so I always want to make sure I get them right away. So I stayed up till like, I want to say like 4:30, trying to see if those pre-orders would show up. And nope, didn't show up. And then I woke up early, not intentionally, but I just woke up early and I was like, oh, let's check again. It's still not up. And then because I checked, like if I wake up in the middle of the night and then I immediately try to go back to sleep, I'll fall back asleep pretty quickly. Usually it takes me a while to fall asleep for the first time, but if I wake up and then just try to go back to sleep, I'll fall back asleep pretty quickly. And then, but if I do anything else, so like I woke up, checked my phone, or not my phone, my iPad. Are they up yet? No, they're not up. Now I can't fall asleep anymore. So I was like, all right, well, guess I'm not getting enough sleep tonight. So then, yeah, they're still not up. Been checking all that. And then we had severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings all evening. That was fun. And then what else was I doing tonight? I can't remember what else I was doing. Kaizen, welcome in. Made poor decisions. Go to me into pulling. Oh, on the banner. How much did you pull, and did you get anything at least? We're just probably doing free summons. Let's see. Source team said, what do you think about my circle? That's pretty cool. You got 3 new 5 stars. Even the one that's was a 4-star special, right? I think the Alm. But because you didn't have them, they had the little exclamation point. So that's cool to get 3 out of 5 were brand new 5 stars for you. Thank you for the hydrate. Someone goaded you into pulling. Never let other people make you do stuff. Always do things on your own terms. Unless they're paying you. Alright. Speaking of... let's see. 26 summons got Harden and Killdory. Oh, there you go. You got both. Booked Harden because I never use him. Did you at least get the Dragon Flowers and the level 40 conversation? I usually do that with characters that if I'm like because remember it's very rare. But if I only have 1 copy and I'm like, oh, I need to use them as fodder for something or whatever, I always make sure I get my Dragon Flowers from the I forget what it's called, and then I always make sure I get the level 40 conversation, so that way in case I never get them again, at least I got everything I needed out of them. But he does have Swift Sparrow. There you go. Okay, I get that. And he's general pool, so you might just happen to get him at some point later on as well. Alright, guys. And then, today, guys, we also have to talk about emotes because I gotta let Zadora know by tomorrow what we're picking. So we have different priorities. She basically said, I'm gonna do a small batch. I'm gonna open up for a small batch of commissions, preferably again like small batches. So we're only getting 3 right now. If she opens up later in the year, maybe we'll get a few more. But right now we're just getting 3, which it's kind of limiting because there's a lot that we want. Remember, I want to have at least one emote per game eventually. Right now, Ogma represents 5 Arcania games. So I want to get one for each of those eventually. That's already 4. Right now, May represents both Echoes and Gaiden. So eventually I want to get one of those. I want to get one for Warriors. I probably want to get more for Engage right now while the game's still, popular. And then I don't have any for... Actually, no, I don't have one for 3 Hopes either. So both Warrior games. But also, I also want more holiday emotes. So we gotta figure that out. So again, guys, in the Discord, there is a stream improvement channel, and then there's a thread specifically for new emotes. If you have right now, the first thing I want to figure out are the emotion / reaction that you guys want. Like for example, people seem to really want a cry emote. So like right now, everyone, right now, do this. Click on that little emote icon in the message box, and look at your most frequently used emotes. Okay, see which ones are either ones that are not Tanuki emotes, because obviously we all use emotes from multiple channels, even me. Look at all your non-Tanuki emotes. Also, just look at emotes that are, especially ones that are emotions or reactions that I don't have one of yet. So, like for example, if you have a cry emote that you like to use, share that in that channel, because I want to see examples of what you guys like. If you want, say like what else is there? I don't know. A sleeping emote. I don't think we have a sleeping emote yet. So if you want a sleep emote, show me examples of the ones that you like to use. So let me know, because again, I have to let Zadora know by tomorrow, or I told her I would let her. I promised I would let her know by tomorrow. First off, I want to figure out the emote / reactions that you guys want, and then once we figure that out, I'll be like, okay, these are the ones we need to fill. What characters would fit that? Okay. But yeah, right now it's tough because we can get 3 right now. We're getting 3 emotes in the next little batch, and I'm torn between new emotions such as the cry emote that people want, or more holiday emotes. All right, so let's see here. Free to play is happy tonight. I also got a Morgan. Oh, nice, blue female. in the circle after that. Has she gotten her fine? Because I used to want to use her before, but she just hasn't really held up. Has she gotten her fine? I feel like she has, but I don't know. 40 orbs got me 4 new 5 stars. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's only 2 circles. So that's pretty good. They were saying stuff like, didn't you say you wanted redemption for what happened in December? She may not get a Sparkle rerun, you know. Never let FOMO get you, because even the characters you're like, oh, you never know, or you know, they might not be available again. They're always gonna be available. Do you really want to wait 3 years to get a copy and have her be awful by that point in time? You're not gonna have to wait 3 years to get the character. Makes me think about Xander. I used to have, never got those dragon flowers. Yeah, so that's always the thing I do. First thing I do, if I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fodder this unit, and they're my only copy, which that's only ever happened 3 times. Well, 4 times technically, but I already knew on one of them I was getting another copy within days. It was the Halloween Corin. So, but yeah, whenever that happens, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get the dragon flowers, and then I'm going to. What are those things called? What's that mode called where we get them? I legit forgot. Anyway, get the dragon flowers and get the level 40 conversation. So, I just ordered food, so I'm very happy that's on the way. Oh, nice. Nice. Hey, Boashock, welcome in. And Dorolo, welcome into both of you. How are your evenings? Any luck on getting Yuri? We just started stream. We haven't summoned yet. We're literally just doing free summons. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Bernadette crying emote. Post it in the Discord so that way if you have examples of other crying emotes that you like to use, show me, because I want, because Zora's going to ask, like, you know, what do you want this emote to look like? Yes, you want a crying emote. Yes, you want this character, but what do you want it to look like? So I'm going to send her examples of what I want it to look like. Ninjabit Kaguro focused emote. What would a focused emote look like? So show me an example. Morgan Hazard fine, but it's not good. Hey Rose, welcome in. How are you doing today? And Buster, welcome in. Yeah, there you go. See, showing some emotes. So again, yeah, if you guys weren't here earlier, I was basically saying that we are commissioning 3 more emotes from Zadora, and we got to figure out what those are going to be. First things first, I want to figure out if we're going for specific emotions/reactions. Like, it seems like a lot of people want a cry emote, or do we want holiday emotes? Because I don't know when these are going to be finished. For all I know, these might be finished by like September or whatever. So like, do we want a Halloween emote? Do we want a, what are other holidays that we want to focus on? Do we want a Valentine's Day emotes? Do we want a New Year's emote? We already have a Christmas one. We might get more Christmas ones in the future, but, yeah. You can go 3 years without getting a unit, so I didn't get Gray till this year, and he was a year 1 year. True, but, like, were you going after Gray anytime that he showed up? Because he's shown up on banners, on, focus banners. Like, have you been going for him? If not, I don't think that's a fair comparison. Because if you really want a unit, anytime they are a focus unit, you'll be like, oh, gotta go for them. Food is here. Nice. There you go. Rose likes the O'Leary emote. Yeah, so I was thinking, okay. Again, first priority is, do we want more like emotion/reaction type emotes, or do we want holiday emotes? Because that's going to depend, or that's going to determine what we're going to do. Because we only get 3 this time. Because Zadora was asking anyone that's going in for a commission that they be kind of small batches for now, because she does have a lot of other stuff on her plate, but she does need the income. So I'll be working. Good luck on your. Oh, thank you, Buster. Appreciate that. Who does your emotes? I want to ask if they can do a commission. Their commissions are closed right now, but if you follow their Twitter, it's Zadora Art. Can we get a shout out for Zadora Art, by the way? So that way you can check out the channel. She'll often stream when she is working on her either emotes or other art commissions. Like, for example, Ko-Fi. She does a lot of art on Ko-Fi. So you can commission other stuff there. She only does emo commissions directly. So either you message her on Twitter or Discord. But yeah, right now her commissions are closed. But she has said that she is going to likely open later in the year again. But probably not for a while still. Now, if you just want regular artwork, like she'll do like full portrait artwork, or just like, you know, bust artwork from, you know, like the torso on up. She'll do a whole bunch of other artwork, but check out her Ko-Fi. If you follow her on social media, I'm sure that you'll be able to see some examples. Darn, I'll be patient. Yeah, like she's in my opinion like the best Fire Emblem emote artist. So that's why I'm like, all right, we will. Rather than try and like mix and match a whole, because I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a whole bunch of great emo artists, but I do like that I have matching styles on all my emotes. So now, I mean, if we want to, like, you know, get other emotes and you know, be able to get them more frequently for example, Discord, or if I do start streaming on YouTube, maybe we'll do something there separately, you know, because you know, obviously Discord, I have a lot more emote slots on Discord compared to Twitch right now. Right now on Twitch, we have 4 emote slots that are not yet Fire Emblem emotes that we can fill, and then beyond that, if we want to unlock more, guys. Right now, the easiest way to do that would be for more people to cheer bits, which actually, that reminds me, I was thinking today, since I have Tuesday off, I do have work on Monday. My spring break is over. I do work on Monday, but then I have Tuesday off because it's election day, and I plan on going in to vote early, so then I'll have the rest of the day open. Now, assuming I'm not taking a long trip downstate that day for stuff that I'll talk about later, then I would like to do, maybe we'll do another cheerathon stream. So just give you guys, you know, because remember, lifetime bits are lifetime. So for example, let's say you're at 2,000 bits now, you'll eventually get to that 5,000 and unlock that emote slot, right? You don't have to cheer 5,000 in one stream. You have to get their lifetime. So I'm like, okay, well, let's say like you're at 2,000, maybe on this cheerathon stream you get to 3,000, you know, and then next time maybe you get to 4,000. So. Let's see here. Good luck with summons. Hey, John, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Just out of curiosity, could you do streams where you react to Critical Role or anime? Yes. Probably can't show the actual shows. The shows would have to be muted for you guys. I could hear it, obviously. And then in terms of showing the actual content, most of it would have to be transformative. And it would have to be such that you wouldn't be able to even rip a low-quality version of it for your own personal purposes. So most of it would probably be blocked. But I could do like a reaction to it. Are you allowed to stream on YouTube? Doesn't Twitch get mad? Or do you mean YouTube exclusive streams? YouTube exclusive streams. So right now, I don't know if like how that would work with the streak. Like, do we say like, oh, this day is going to be a YouTube day, but it counts for the streak? Or is it like an additional streak, like on a weekend? Maybe we'll do like a morning YouTube stream and an evening Twitch stream or something. So I feel like that's a lot though. So I don't know. We'll see. Honestly, I don't care about the streak anymore. It's just like, all right, well, it's evening. Let's stream. Honestly, I don't really care about the streak so much. Maybe I'll just remove the number from the thing. This is possible. Long trip downstate involve an airport and some very expensive things. Well, the airport's already taken care of. But yes, some very expensive things. Polar, how's it going? Welcome in. We're gonna be doing some summons here in just a moment. Careful which anime you show. Some studios. Yeah, we're not even gonna show like anything really. I think the best way to go about it. So a friend of mine, he does do reaction streams on I think both Twitch and YouTube, but I think mostly on YouTube. But anyway, my friend Roger, he'll stream One Piece, but what he does is basically he puts the anime behind him, like he'll green screen himself on top of the anime, so you can't really see any of the action anyway. But you can, but if you know the anime and you're watching it on your own, you'll be like, oh, I know where that part is. I know where that part is, because you can kind of see bits and pieces behind him. But he is blocking most of the content with his own body, and then it's muted, so you can't hear the anime at all. Critical Role, everyone could get access to them since all their VODs for their 3 current campaigns are on YouTube. Right. We're just worried about. Because again, as long as it's fair use is a very gray area, so you can never be too careful with that. But as long as it's transformative, you should be okay. But again, good rule of thumb, if someone were to be able to, let's see, alert, I'm eating, so I'll be like, oh, no worries. At least you can hear the conversation, so that's good. But yeah, good rule of thumb, if someone were to take your video of you reacting to it and crop and cut and whatever, and they can get a very low quality but still watchable version of the show, that's a bad sign. Yeah, so just so you guys know. All right, so let's get into some summons, guys. We do have the Legendary Yuri banner, and again, guys, go in that Discord right now. We need I gotta update my alts probably. Go into that Discord channel, the stream improvements channel. There's a thread. We need to figure out emotes probably within the next 24 hours. So that's what I promised. Doing fine. Been watching an old anime, grinding an FGO. And on Faith trying to save orbs for the life. No, I get that. Critical Role has been transformative for reactions because there's a YouTuber I watch who's watching the Mighty Nine campaign. Okay, as long as they seem to be not, you know, getting in trouble or anything. YouTuber I follow nearly lost their channel for showing some parts of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime and discussion about them. Do they have any audio at all? Because that's a big no-no, probably. And then again, like I said, if I'm gonna follow any example, it's probably gonna be Rogers, because like he does this all the time. And again, imagine, okay, so imagine right now that this entire screen was a video capture of the anime, but then blown up so you can't even see the full frame, and then I'm green screened on top of it, and I'd be probably closer and like maybe like from, so like this part of me, like right here, and then it would be obviously zoomed in to fill the screen, so I'm probably blocking like 60% of the screen, maybe 70% of the screen, and I'm in the middle, so I'm blocking all the major actions. Did in portions, not the full episodes, but even then, like any audio, that's a no-no. That's a no-no. All right, or at least it's very risky. Let's put it that way. If you're curious which old anime I was watching, it's called Tokyo Underground, which came out in 2002. The name does ring a bell. All right. All right, guys. So update is downloaded on my alts. Let's collect these login bonuses real quick. Make sure I do Heroes Journey on here. Should let me do one battle in Heroes Journey real quick on my alts just to make sure that I do it. Just to make sure. One successful battle on each. Audio makes sense, but I don't see why showing would be an issue since they're telling the stories through D&D. Still risky though. I would rather not take a chance. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Again, this is not a binding decision right here. But just out of curiosity, what would your guys' opinion be if we were to do YouTube streams? Let's say, like, for example, let's say tomorrow. I'm not going to do one tomorrow, but let's just say tomorrow. Let's say I did one tomorrow. Would you count that as part of my streaming everyday streak? Or do you think that would have to be in addition to streaming on Twitch? Obviously, I can pick my own rules. This is not like a thing that's, you know, governed by anyone or anything, but what would you guys say? Because again, at this point, I honestly, it doesn't matter to me if we continue the streak. I mean, I feel like the streak's so long already that we can be like, all right, well, we accomplished 4 years. Come on, iPad. I've been considering making some video essays on YouTube, but I wouldn't do it on my personal channel just because I'd be scared of it, getting it nuked just for showing images. You can show images, but oh, you're talking about like about anime. But again, it has to be transformative. You can't just like be like, oh, here's a picture, ta-da. Like, what do you like? Explain why you're showing it, and yada yada yada. So if it's a commentary video, or a video, like you said, video essay, I guess that would qualify. Look up fair use. It's a very murky explanation, but it does explain the cases in which, you know, stuff like that would be okay to use, and where you basically you have a case to argue like, okay, this is what I'm doing. I'm not stealing your content. I'm not allowing others to consume your content through my channel. But yeah, look up fair use and read up on it just a bit. Though if you were to, I recommend the Mighty Nine. Okay. Yeah, it's stuff like that. Again, it's a possibility. It's not high on my priority list, but it's up there. Or it's not up. It's on the table. Let's put it that way. That, or do it in the sense of doing it as a watch party. On YouTube, that's a no-no. Or do you mean like I'm watching it at the same time you guys are watching it separately on your own? We've done that before. And I'll be like, all right, start now, and we all start at the same time, and we're all watching. So we all technically see the same stuff at the same time, but we're all watching separately, and then the stream only sees my reaction to it. They're not seeing the stream. They're not hearing they're not seeing the show or hearing the show at all. Through me, at least. They're seeing it on their own. I think we did that with How to Train Your Dragon, right? was a fun movie. Or series of movies, actually. I think we watched all 3. Or is that only connected to Prime Video? Oh, so like, yeah, Twitch does have a thing with Prime Video where you can do a watch party with stuff that's on Amazon Prime, because obviously they're owned by the same company. That Amazon has the license to those movies, but I don't have Amazon Prime. Actually, so I have Amazon Prime in Japan. You know why I don't have Amazon Prime in the US? You know how much Amazon Prime in the US costs? Doesn't it cost like over $100? I actually don't know the exact price, but I'm pretty sure it's in the triple digits. And that's for... Well, hold on. How much is it monthly, though? Because I'm pretty sure that's the yearly price. Does anyone have a number how much Amazon Prime costs per month? You know how much Amazon Prime costs in Japan for me to get free shipping? $3 a month. $3 a month, guys. Let's see. Like for instance, talking about how Jack vs. Carly is 5D's greatest masterpiece, also maybe mentioning the ties to the real-life cult issues surrounding Carly's VA and how it turned that duel into effectively the end of the character. Like, talking about that stuff is fine, but in terms of like, if you want to show an example, I'd be very careful. Like, still images, mostly probably okay. Audio clips, and then video clips with audio. You'd have to be very careful about that. I mean, there are examples where you can be covered under fair use, especially depending on how much you're showing, and again, things like the resolution of the video you're showing and yada yada yada. But you got to be very, very careful when you go that far. So I wouldn't even risk it. $14.99 monthly. So yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. D&D Beyond, I believe, is like, I believe, $139 a year. Yeah. See, Amazon Prime in Japan, $3 a month. So I get free shipping on stuff locally, and then I ship it to Tenso. Because right now, if I were to ship internationally, that I have to pay for through Amazon. And right now, Amazon's international shipping prices, they've gone through the roof in the last like 3 years. It's ridiculous. And I'm like, I'm not paying for that anymore. So what I do is I have everything shipped to a proxy service like Tenso, and then I consolidate everything together and then ship that as one. Because like, the cost of me shipping like 4 or 5 magazines is the cost of me shipping like a bajillion things through Tenso. It's like, okay, well, why would I go through Amazon international shipping now? So I just have it shipped for free because of Amazon Prime in Japan to Tenso, and then from there I consolidate and then ship it internationally. I do the yearly subscription because of the other streaming services I'm paying for. No, I get it. Yeah, you save money when you do yearly versus monthly, but yeah. 180 US versus 36 Japan. Yep. It's ridiculous. Now, granted, I'm sure Amazon Prime in the US offers a whole bunch of other things that, you know, increase the value of that. Like, for example, I don't use... it's nothing on Amazon Prime Video in Japan that I'm using, so... but... The free shipping is a nice perk, so... It pays for itself, basically. Easily. Alright, if you're wondering about the cast, Tokyo Underground stars... how's that said? Soichiro Hoshi, the VA for Merrick. Oh, Matthew and Faye. And Tamakazu Seki, the VA for Heath. In Faye, right? Pay a lot for Amazon because I'm doing the package deal. Also comes with channels and such. Yeah. See, like, there's nothing on Amazon on Prime that I really want to watch. There's not enough on there for me to warrant getting it. Yeah, the only streaming services for me, this is just for me and the content that I watch, that I feel are worth it for me are Disney Plus, and for like 3 months of the year, Apple TV Plus. Disney Plus I've had continuously since it launched. Apple TV Plus, there's like 3 or 4 shows that I watch on there. So what I do is I wait till they come out in their entirety, or not entirety, but like full seasons. So like right now, Ted Lasso's out, or coming out right now, the new season. So I'm gonna have Ted Lasso until this season finishes. Then I'm gonna cancel, and I'll wait till either that comes back first. This should be the last season, so I don't know. At least that's what I'm hearing. Although I do watch some other shows that I do need to finish, and I think think For All Mankind, I don't know if that's the last season, season 3. I have to watch that still, but all of that season is out. I think I'm just waiting for the next season of the morning show, which I should be later in this summer. So once Ted Lasso finishes, I'll cancel and I'll renew again for the morning show. Doesn't Japan also have Legend of Vox Machina? Maybe. Wasn't that a show that came out everywhere? I'm someone who's incredibly passionate about GX, 5DS, and Zexal. I've wanted to make stuff talking about my favorite parts of them and why they mean so much to me for a while. Probably proof I get way too invested into media. Hey, everyone has their passions. Everyone has their passions. By the way, Kaizen, speaking about your particular taste. So I asked my friend, and he was having a Mario Kart community kind of stream earlier today, and he's a fellow Nintendo journalist from over the past several years, and he's friends with several other Nintendo journalists from over the years and other people that are tied into the game industry one way or another, who are in this community stream. So I asked them, because the topic of Rainbow Road came up. And I was like, well, which ones do you like? Which ones do you think are the best? Which ones do you think are the worst? They all unanimously agreed that Super Nintendo Rainbow Road is the worst, because it's hard to control yourself on that particular course, especially on the Super Nintendo version, apparently, which, to be fair, I don't have that. Well, okay, I don't have the original, and I've never really experienced playing it on like a Super Nintendo controller or the physics of that game specifically, but apparently it's even harder on that one. But no, they all agree that map sucks. Recommend you watch it if you can't do the live stream campaigns. Their animated series might be a better option to do. Thank you for the Hydrate Story streams. Yeah, I don't know if it's on Amazon Japan. I'd have to check, Dorolo. But even then, it's probably only in Japanese there. I don't know if they even have like subs for me. It's not the worst. It's the course that taught me how to go drift. That's great that you learned how to drift with it. But the map sucks. The course sucks. Done it so much that I can legit do it with a blindfold. And that's great. That's great. But it's the worst Rainbow Road. Should do a stream someday just to prove it. I will say, though, I don't think I got a clear answer on their favorite Rainbow Road. They all agree that the N64 one is fantastic, but I don't think they actually said that was their favorite. There was a lot of talk, though, about if they could bring a Rainbow Road to the Switch version, to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I think they were saying, because apparently we don't have the Wii Rainbow Road or the Double Dash Rainbow Road. Is that correct? Do we not have either of those? The Wii one and the GameCube one. I believe they have language options in Japan. I mean, I'm sure some do. I don't know if that one in particular does. Maybe. So, chances are good, but I don't know for sure. Let's just put it that way. All right, guys, let's do some summons before I lose power again. The power did go out during the storms, guys. Just saying. So, like, I was all set to go like at 9 o'clock, and then a few minutes before that, the power went out, and I had to wait for their Wi-Fi to reset. And not even just the Wi-Fi, but the internet to reset. And get my Hero's Journey orbs. Alright, so, again, I'm probably going to go colorless over red. If we don't get colorless, we'll go green, because I kind of want the Ninian. And then if we don't get green or colorless, we'll go red. And maybe get Yuri. Free to disagree then, because I think N64 is hard. I mean, everyone's going to like what they like. That's fine. I'm just saying, right now you are in the tiny minority. Because, yeah, they at least my friend Don and his friends all seem to enjoy the N64. And again, I don't know for sure if it's their favorite. It's probably my favorite. Because I don't think they ever explicitly said this is my favorite or this is the best one. There was a lot of talk about the Wii one and the GameCube one, but I think it's more in the context of, oh, it's not in this game yet. We would like to see it in this game, in Deluxe. So, all right, guys, let's summon. We're gonna go for. Oh, actually, you know what? Before we do the Yuri banner, let's catch up on all the other banners from this week, because again, that's why we do these big summoning streams per week now. So on this banner here, I think I have everyone on my main. I'm pretty sure I have everyone here on my main, so it doesn't really matter what we summon for. My ults, I don't know if I have everyone, but who cares? It's my ult accounts. Here we go, guys. So we have Ryoma, Hinoka, and Takumi. So basically, the Hoshiden Royals minus Sakura. Do all the weekly revivals only have 3? I feel like that's the case, but I don't know for sure. I'm like 95% sure. They only have 3. Alright, let's go in, guys. I don't know who to summon for. I'm going to let you guys pick. This is free summons only. Callie, welcome in. How are you doing today? Last I knew you had sirens. Everything okay? Yeah, everything was okay. The thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warnings with 90-mile-an-hour winds, and all the other warnings. So, yeah, we had sirens going off, which are usually reserved for either severe thunderstorms or even tornadoes. We never actually got a tornado warning, which is good. We were on a tornado watch all afternoon and evening, but the only tornado warnings in the area were more north and west of me. So there was a concern that that would eventually happen here, but luckily they did not. And then the severe thunderstorm warnings, we did get some pretty high winds. I don't know exactly how fast, but the warnings did say up to 90 miles an hour. There was warnings of potential 2-inch hail. And then, yeah, the winds were going, like you could definitely hear it, and the rain was coming down pretty hard. But at this point now, it's all past. So it's Michigan and Indiana's problem now. Let me catch up here. Just trying to figure out how it works for everyone else on the series. That's all. That's fair. Wiki banners always have 3. Okay, that's what I figured. When you mentioned my preferences in Mario Kart, I thought you'd ask them about my item rule set. Oh no, I mentioned that too. That actually came up. I was like, hey, we've been doing some Mario Kart community nights the last couple weeks too, and we've been doing this this quote unquote chaos or high chaos set, and it's pretty fun. And I told them like, hey, turn on this, and turn off everything else, and they're like, that seems interesting. And like, yeah. Atri, welcome in. How were the storms by you, Atri? Let's see. It wasn't too bad by me. What's new? Not too much. We're just doing some summons. This is right now is the weekly revival banner with the Ryoma, Hinoka, and Takumi. So, by the way, can we get a shout out for Calisaur? I just say thank you. Yeah, it went by just fine. Again, once the tornado sirens went off, I had to go to like a safer area because there's a window right there, guys, and it's a west-facing window. And then the power did go out briefly. It was like 2 seconds, but it did reset all my lights and everything. It's a good thing I don't have like clocks anymore. Who still has a clock in their house? Oh yeah, but I got one, but I'm in an area in the north where it wasn't too bad. Okay. Not all of them. The new power banners usually have 4. No. The weekly revival banners. That's what I'm wondering about. And a bow shock with those emotes. Yeah, guys. Again, we are commissioning 3 more emotes from our Fire Emblem emote artists. So we got to figure that out. Do we want more emote / reaction type of emotes, or do we want some holiday emotes? Because again, I don't know how long these are going to take. Because Zadora is pretty busy these days. So if we want holiday emotes, for example, Halloween, New Year's, or Valentine's Day, or St. Patrick's Day, like I would imagine that we would probably get these before then. I'm like 90% sure we'd get these before then. So, but you know, if we were to order more emotes later in the year when she probably opens up again for commissions, I don't know if those will be ready for those particular holidays. I thought you meant weather-wise. Nothing. I didn't hear anything, to be honest. Really? The storms were pretty intense. So I was yesterday. How was yesterday, guys? With the community night, Mario Kart and Smash Bros. That was pretty fun. Thank you for the shout out, Kaizen. Appreciate that. So yeah, guys, if you haven't done so, make sure you give Callie a follow. Let's see here, Baby Park. Oh yeah. That was. I'm surprised we didn't. Do we do the Bowser map at all yesterday? That didn't come up at all. Personally, I think Super Circuit is the worst. I think, my friend Don and his friends all agree in terms of the games that, well, okay, hold on. Some of them said Super Mario Kart was the worst. Some of them said Super Circuit was the worst. So there were differing opinions there. Me personally, I have no opinion on Super Circuit. I have it and I have played it. I just don't remember a lot of it. And I've never owned Super Mario Kart physically, at least. I don't know is it part of any of the Switch Online stuff? Because I don't, or even the Super Nintendo Mini. I finally beat a game on my Switch. Beat Darkstalkers on my Oh, nice, on the Capcom collection. I've only had 2 tornado watches in my life, but I also live here in Florida. Yeah. Florida doesn't get a lot of tornadoes. They do get hurricanes, so thankfully we have no hurricanes. And earthquakes are very rare too. I've only had. Oh, thank you for the follow. Is it? I don't know how to say that. Taru. Oh, so Taru with a bunch of ones there. So welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we've only had like 2 earthquakes that I can remember at least feeling in my life. I know when I was like a baby, I think my parents mentioned that there was an earthquake. Nothing major, like just like you'd feel rumble. And then when I was in college, I think both of them were when I was in college. I was up late one. Actually, they were both overnight, and I don't know why I was up as late as I was both nights. But one night, I was in my dorm room, probably on my laptop working on something. All the lights were off. I think my roommates were asleep, and then I remember feeling like, I feel like a rumble, and I'm like, there's a truck driving by, and it was like 10 seconds later, I'm like, why is this truck still driving by? I'm like, what's going on? And then this was the days before like Twitter, or at least before Twitter was like a big thing, and like I was just refreshing, like it was either Google News or just something else, like some other news site. I was just refreshing, like, what was that? Was this an earthquake? I feel like this might have been an earthquake, because here in the Chicago area, we don't live anywhere near a fault line, but there is one around the St. Louis area called, I think, the New Madrid fault line. So we feel an earthquake if there's one around there, like a sizable earthquake. So and then at this time, actually, I was actually in Urbana-Champaign, Illinois, which is where the University of Illinois was. So it's more like in the middle of Illinois, so it's a little closer to that fault line. And I remember feeling it for like 10 seconds. I'm like, what was that? And I just kept refreshing like Google News, and nothing showed up for like 48 minutes. And I remember then finally seeing, magnitude, 4 earthquake or something like that in Illinois or whatever, in St. Louis. So that was one. And then I think a couple of years later, I was still in college. I remember feeling this time I was actually at home in the Chicago area. And I do remember feeling another one, not quite as intense, but it definitely felt like just like a truck going by for like a few seconds. I was like, that was a bit long for a truck, so it's probably another earthquake. Was it an earthquake? Check social media. Yep, it was an earthquake. Smash was fun. Yeah, Smash was pretty fun yesterday. No, I didn't vote for Bowser Castle next Community Night. Didn't see the Mario movie topping John Wick. I'll probably catch the Mario movie when it eventually comes to streaming. So, Bowser Castle times 5. Well, at least that means no Baby Park. They are pretty similar, so it makes sense. Top Red. Let's do some summons, guys. Let's do a poll. So on the main accounts, we have a little bit of everything. Again, I have everyone on this banner. But if you want Ryoma, that's red. If you want Hinoka, that's blue. And if you want Takumi, that's colorless. So let's do a poll. Let me refresh this dashboard here before I start the poll. All right, manage poll. This is for the main account. Top red for Ryoma. Colorless. Takumi. You know what? After this poll, I'm just going to put the colors. I think you guys can remember what I said the units were. Hinoka and bottom red Ryoma. So after this poll, we'll just go back to just putting the colors. So you'll just have to remember what I said. All right. Taru, yep, you're back. Welcome back. You changed your name? Okay. Well, welcome back. Let's see here. Earthquakes are the only reason I don't want to move to the West Coast. I mean, again, like I felt a couple in my life, and they weren't too bad. But, the ones in California, on occasion, can get a lot more intense. I know Double Dash is really popular just because it's different. Honestly, prefer 8 Deluxe just because of how much variety there is and how much, and how it has most of my favorite tracks at this point. Yeah, I mean, I never owned Double Dash. I did rent it when it came out back in the day, but I don't own it. Oh no, I do own it now. But it's is it sealed? I don't think it's sealed. There is a sealed copy up for auction, but it's like $1,000. I'm like, no. But I have a copy of it with the bonus disc because the bonus disc has downloadable stuff for Fire Emblem on the Game Boy Advance. So I need it for my Fire Emblem collection. There's a Mario Kart game in my Fire Emblem collection. Ocarina of Time is also in my Fire Emblem collection. You guys know that? Chad has picked Takumi. Thank you for voting, guys. I appreciate that. I need more of you to vote, though. Because that's that one with 50% of the vote. Let's see. It's this because it's so short distance-wise. It's a minefield. You're getting hit with items every 2 seconds, even while making it impossible to recover. What year was that? I can't remember if I was alive yet, because I was born in 2001. Are you just trying to figure out when I was in college to figure out my age? You were alive. Dun, dun, dun. Right now, I'm at 56 out of 80 summons in AHR. Oof. Oh, that's right. AHR has the multiple spark thing, right? I heard an earthquake when I jump. Heaving fat. No, that's not an earthquake. Especially if you're on like a ground floor. Usually you'll have concrete under you. But if you are one of those in one of those buildings where it's like, if you're on the ground floor and then you hear like the floorboards creak, that is not a solid floor. I think I remember seeing something like that on an Instagram reel. They're like, oh yeah, we were told this is concrete under here, but I'm hearing the creaks in the floorboards, so we're gonna open this up and see what's down here. Oh, they covered up a fire pit. Live in California, I only remember experiencing one really bad earthquake. Yeah, so they're not frequent, but they are more intense than they are here in Illinois. So, Elamine is my favorite Mario Kart character. She's not a Mario Kart character. No, I mean for the earthquake, I don't care for the age. You were alive. Post some that. But again, both of the ones I remember were late at night. So if you were asleep, you probably wouldn't have even felt it. I was awake, so I definitely felt. It felt like a truck was driving by, and you know, like the rumble you feel like when a truck drives by. It felt like that for like 10 seconds, and I was like, "This is a bit long. What's going on?" Could have gotten held back. I love playing as Claude in Mario Kart 8. Yeah, I mean you're pretty good at Mario Kart. I know you were practicing a lot, so. Yields his bony jumps. All right, guys, let's do another poll. This is for the iPad. Sorry, I want to speed up these summons so that we can get to Engage Maddening. So we'll do Chapter 8 tonight, I think. All right, let's see. Wait, who did we give our Master Seal to? I can't remember. Oh, that's right. We gave it to Anna. But we can't put her in a Magic class yet because we have to second seal her into a Magic class. And instead of second sealing into a base class that's a Magic class and then promoting to a Magic class, we opted to promote her first for the better growths in other categories, and then we'll second seal her into a Magic class later. And I forget when we get other masters. I think it's just through the store at this point. And we have a list of when we get those in the store. All right, iPad summons. Let's do a poll here. So again, this is the Ryoma, Hinoka, and Takumi banner. So you guys just have to remember which one's which. I'm going to put the colors, though, in the poll. Colorless. Bottom green. Green is non-focused. Just keep that in mind. Red is Ryoma. Blue is Hinoka. And colorless is Takumi. Love playing as Joker in Mario Kart 8. There is no Joker in Mario Kart 8. Thank you for the posture check. I'm actually... well... I'm not saying as bad as where I have my feet up, but... I could fix the slouching there. I need one of those, like, pillows that goes in, like, the back here. You know? Elamine is a Mario Kart OC. No, just like how Roy is a Smash OC who got his own Fire Emblem. No, because Roy actually appeared in Smash Bros. Melee first. Elamine first appeared in Fire Emblem the Blazing Blade. Thank you for the hydrate as well. You want to play Smash again? Yes. Not right now, though. But yes. Bottom left regards to Carl. Let's go. It's not Grima. At least you're not talking about Mortal Kombat versus DC. That game was 8 polar language. I have to be good at basic math because of how much it has. Because of how much of it I have to keep track in D&D when it comes to damage and hit points. That makes sense. I feel like a lot of Fire Emblem players just are naturally good at basic math just because of how much it's like necessary, especially in the older games. In the older games, when there was like permadeath and all this other stuff you had to worry about. Fire Emblem players had to be better at it because there was permadeath. You couldn't just rewind. So it's like, okay, well, let's not risk anything. Let's figure out these numbers so that you could confidently go into battle and be like, all right, we're going to win this, most likely. Whereas now, there's a little bit more leeway in that you can rewind time, so you don't have to be as, perfect with the numbers. Like, oh, that didn't work out. Rewind. So... can I see if I friended you? Mine is Taru. I'm gonna check who my lead is. I mean, I can't check it right now, but yeah, you should be on there. I feel like I remember seeing that on the friend list. Actually, Taro, type in exclamation point Faye to get my friend codes, and then what you do is if you search for my friend code, it should tell you if we're already friends or not. I used to be good at math, and I became a Yu-Gi-Oh player, which by requirement means I had to become bad at math to forget how to read. I was actually really good at math. I exhausted my high school's math curriculum when I was a junior. I took AP Calc BC, which is a college level course. It's basically Calc 2 and Calc 3, I think. Or maybe it's just Calc 2. No, I think it's Calc 2. It's the equivalent of Calculus 2. I took AP Calculus BC, which most people don't even get to in high school. And if they do, it's usually as a senior. I took it as a junior. So, yeah. The problem, though, is that because I exhausted the math curriculum when I was a junior, I took a blow-off math class, AP Stats, when I was a senior, and I didn't take another math class after that. So it's like, all right, well, no, I forgot what if you don't use it, you forget it. So, my players also just has our modifiers for skill checks and saving throws memorized. That's good though. Yeah, because you use it so much, it basically becomes second nature. So, all right, did we get poll results? Colorless. Okay, colorless for the iPad. Interesting. All right, let's do a poll for the iPhone 10. That's the one. That's the little one down here with no reds. iPhone 10. And then later this year, guys, this is all going to be updated. So this will be an iPhone 15 Ultra, I think is what they're calling it. This will still be the iPad Pro, and this will be the iPhone 12 Pro Max. Bye-bye iPhone 10. Let's see. We have top green, which is not focus. Left colorless, which is Takumi, or potentially Takumi. Right colorless for Takumi. Bottom green, not focus. And blue. So poll is live. Cast your vote, guys. Random thought that popped in my head. I miss Dragalia Lost. I do miss Dragalia Lost. It's still on my phone and my iPad, and I can't bring myself to delete it. Did you guys hear about the Princess Connect news? Apparently that's getting end of service, and it's apparently ending at the end of April, which a 1 month heads up. At least Dragalia had like half a year of a heads up. Okay, I'll wait. We'll talk more about this in a moment. But cast your vote. I don't remember how long I have the ads set for. Bum 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 bum. All right, chat picked right, Carlos. Are we back from ads yet? Are we back from ads? You're lagging? I'm not lagging. It's not on my end. I have dropped 0 frames. If I am lagging, it might be on Twitch's end. Or your end. But it's not my end. Thank you for the posture check. Alright. Okay, but yeah, Dragalia Lost. I just had a random urge to play it, but it's not there. Yeah. It's still on my phone and my iPad. I can't bring myself to delete it. Because, I don't know, I like the game so much. At least I like the story and the characters. I did autoplay the hell out of it, though. And I love the music from it as well. I do still have the soundtrack because obviously it does have the Fire Emblem song as a Dragalia arrangement, so obviously that's part of my Fire Emblem collection now. I did actually get an email from I think Amazon Japan recommending that same soundtrack, which I already have, but also I was like, okay, well, should I buy the other Dragalia soundtrack that came out after? It doesn't have Fire Emblem, but if I had the first one already, I might as well buy the second one, right? Some good music there. And then, like I said, I was asking, did you guys hear the news about Princess Connect, which apparently is getting end of service at the end of April, which that's a 1 month heads up. At least Dragalia Lost had like several months notice that like, oh yeah, the game is ending. We'll be finishing the final story chapters, and then after that, there'll be end of service a month or 2 after that. Let's see. We had to solve a small problem and then write an essay about why that's what it is. By the way, you spelled right wrong. I was writing like 15 essays a night for one class. 15 essays. What? To decide between passing AP Stats or failing every other class. AP Stats? That was for me at my high school. That was a blow off class. Or dropping it and passing my other classes. I chose the one that allowed me to graduate. Yeah, that was a blow off class for us. Keep in mind the way they teach the class and the way the AP tests are. That's they're not entirely related. It's just basically how the teacher wants to teach the class. Next time we play Smash, we should do how many kills we can get in those sudden death fights. Ooh. Not gonna lie, one of my favorite pieces of music is the song Critical Role released and used for their animated intro for the Mighty Nine called Your Turn to Roll. Interesting. So glad they didn't release, at least turn Dragalia's story into a visual novel for Switch. Like, seriously, the story and world building were so good. I mean, it's not to say that they can't do that in the future, but there's not a lot of, not a lot of precedent of them doing that for a lot of their other out-of-service games. Actually made their music localized for groups to use for their D&D. Oh, that's nice. Wait, what end of service? Princess Connect is ending at the end of April. There's so much end of services now. Cross Duel is also shutting down. Ooh. Just Dance 2016 to 2018 online is also shutting down. Princess Connect is going to EOS, I believe, only on the North American server. I think the Japanese version is still kicking. I believe I never played it. Okay, I don't know for sure. I just remember seeing a lot of people tweeting about it. I just remember seeing the announcement that it's ending at the end of April. I remember I saw Metcalf's tweet. He was like, just yesterday I was asking for more time. I didn't realize this is how it happened. 15 problems for homework each time. Each problem requires a one-page essay. It was hell. It took me 1 month before I gave up, realizing it was impossible. How long are these essays? Was this like a paragraph answer, or is this like a 2-page answer? So far, we only have the music that was used in Vox Machina campaign and the Mighty Nine campaign. Also, did you guys vote in the poll? I didn't see the results again. You guys said Raikara. Sorry, I keep missing the results. All right, let's do some summons here, guys. Hoping for Takumi on all 3 of these. Here we go. Let's get some Lilith emotes in the chat, please, and see what we get. Lilith emotes in the chat, please. Spam it if you got it. Actually, you should all have it. It's a follower emote. Spam those Lilith emotes. Let's go. Takumi, please. Here we go. A 1-page essay per problem, so 15 pages. That's ridiculous. Per night? All right, what do we get smoking? I didn't even see. Was that all 3 stars? Was it seriously all 3 stars? We got Chad on both my alts. That is not Takumi. We got 3 stars all around. Chad on both my alts. That'd be really funny, though, if that was a Chad on this one. That would be clippable, and that would be something we would have to send to Dad of Chad, like, right away. 3-star Leon, what? Alright, well... Leon has two pages of dialogue there. You don't see that a lot often anymore with newer characters. They usually only have one line of dialogue, or 1 page of dialogue when they're summoned. All right, next Weekly Revival banner, we have Midori, Rinka, and Lilith. Let's go. I'm not saying. I'm gonna list. I always list them red, blue, green. So I'm gonna go Midori, Lilith, Rinka. No Carlos. I have all these units on my main, so it doesn't really matter to me. You guys can pick. We have a little bit of everything on the main. No red on the 10, though. Alright, so main account. Top blue for Lilith. Colorless is non-focus. Red is Midori. Green is Rinka. And bottom blue is Lilith. Alright. Start poll. Cast your vote. C should have gone green. Hey, I just go with what the poll says. Let's see. Hey, my lips got stuck there when I was saying it. Hey, Simplupa, how you doing today? Don't betray Lilith. Go blue. You guys have to vote. You gotta vote. Go all blue. Then you guys vote. I'm following the poll. It's real easy. How you doing, Simplupa? How far are you? Are you in 3 Hopes right now? Are you getting close to finishing Scarlet Blaze? And if so, are you doing... I forget the name of the Azure... or of the Blue Lions route in 3 Hopes. There's Golden Wildfire. There's Scarlet Blaze. I forgot. Hasn't made any progress. Wait, hasn't not made any progress. That's a double negative, which means you have made progress. Because if you haven't not made progress, that means you have made progress. BRB, I'm going to grab a snack. Okay, cool. No worries. Grab those snacks. Healthy, preferably. I am trying to think of like a new stream snack. Preferably less chocolate and more healthy. Top blue. All right, so I saw that result. Thank you for voting, guys. Make sure you guys are voting. Again, that one won with 50% of the votes. So that really could have gone either way. New poll for the iPad. Let's see here. Top green for Rinka. Left blue for Lilith. Red for Midori. Bottom blue for Lilith. And bottom green for Rinka. Cast your vote in this new poll. Let's see here. Remember when they announced Summer Corn and Paralog 9? That was a long time ago. Grinding my butts off to raise massive supports. Nice. Okay, well at least you're progressing, just not in the story, but you're progressing to get like side stuff. Animals. What? Nori sheets. Keep me updated if you summon while I'm gone. I mean, we're gonna keep summoning, but we're just doing polls right now. This is the poll for the iPad. Right here. I might change this layout because so this phone overlay on the left side, this for some reason every time I switch to this screen, or not every time, but like maybe a third of the time, it always keeps moving out of place and I have to keep manually fixing it even if I lock it. So I'm like, you know what? Let's maybe redo this. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Oh, for a snack idea, Nori Sheets. Okay, what is that? I don't know what that is. Also, I was playing Dragon Quest Heroes earlier. Is that on Switch? I don't know what that is. I know Dragon Quest Builder is a spin-off that's on Switch. As food. Let's see. I need money to feed my addiction for shiny cardboard. Bottom blue. All right, you guys are so far sticking to the blue thing. Let's do a new poll for the iPhone 10. This the little guy right here in the bottom corner. Is my knuckle red? Is that one okay? Top colorless is non-focus. Blue is for Lilith. Right green for Rinka. Bottom green for Rinka. Or bottom colorless, which again is non-focus. So cast your vote. This is for the iPhone 10 right down here. Let's see here. They're healthy. Have you heard Persona is getting a gacha game right now? It's only available for China. Yes. Is that the one that's is that like something X or whatever? Still Persona 5, but like different characters, different story. Same world, I guess. Nori is dried seaweed, like what they wrap sushi in. Ah, okay. I'll have to see if I can find some. It's for Japanese versions of Switch. Okay, builders. Or not builders, heroes. Animals as a snack. It's healthy and provides no waste. You mean like animal crackers? Only for PC and PS3 and PS4 version. Okay. Got invested in a different lore story, dual terminal, and now I'm tempted to build 2 new decks as a result. Persona 5X. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I have heard of that one. I don't know when that comes out here. All right. Wow. Chat voted for top colorless. See, guys, this is why we vote. This is why we vote. All right. Chat voted for top colorless on the iPhone 10. Here we go, guys. Let's get those Lilith emotes in the chat, and we're hoping for 2 Liliths and a non-focus. I don't know. Maybe we'll get like a Scented Celica or something. Here we go, guys. Lilith emotes in the chat. I love animal crackers. Love dipping them in mill. What's mill? Here we go. Thank you, Story Streams. Boom. You guys wanted colorless on the iPhone 10. Interesting, interesting. Let's see what we get. Smoke on the main and the iPad. The iPhone 10 got Klein there. Looks like we got a couple Pegasus Knights here. We got Florina and Claire on the main and the iPad. I don't think I've had animal crackers since I was 4. Oh, they're so good. I don't know if I've had them in a long time either, but they're still so good. You guys remember Dunkaroos? Is that still a thing? I've only had them ever like once or twice, but I do remember them being amazing. Or is that like a 90s food that's like long gone? I don't even know. All right, chat. Free summon on the Regal Rabbits banner. I have to check actually if I have these. If Square Enix would have ported it to Switch too, I would not buy it on Steam. I actually added something to my Steam library today, even though I don't use Steam because I have a Mac and an iPad and an iPhone. I added it was the Murder of Sonic or something like that. They brought back Dunkaroos. They did discontinue for a few years, but is it back like now? You'll have to get one of those and do a stream where I'm eating them. Yes, it is. They're at Walmart. They're at Walmart. I'll have to pick one of those up. Thank you for letting me know. I'll probably try and pick one. I'm actually running low on floss anyway, so I gotta go buy some supplies. Playing on computer feels ridiculous. Get ready for 200-hour progress. All right, let me check real quick if I have these units here. Does anyone know what versions these are? Like just whatever. Just search for Veronica. Do I have Bunny Veronica? No. Do I have... Is he listed as Bruno or Zachariah? I think it's Bruno. Bruno. I don't think I have Bruno. Well, let's find out. No, that's Winter. That is Winter. Alright, do I have Marissa or Paula? I do not have Paula. Does Marissa have 1S? Yes. Oh, I have Spring Marissa. Okay, so we're not going blue. Anything but blue here. Marissa, only Marissa. But I have Marissa, so we're not going to go blue. At least not on the main. If you guys want to go blue on the alts, feel free. But we always on the main try to go for units we don't have yet. So anything but blue on the main, anything goes on the alts. Alright, let's see what we can get here. Free summon. Let's see. I've seen them at Walmart's, some Target, and Publix down here. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can pick one up then. Sorry, had to mute stream. Had to take a call. Oh, that's fine. Sometimes I'll mute stream to take a call. I dream of a Paula and a Dune harmonic. No, please +1. Back, did I miss anything good? Not really. We just got Florina and Claire and Klein. I got Dancer and Neff trying for Marissa. First time getting an off-seasonal. There you go. They are in the pool on those banners, so. I was doing so good at Smash Tourney, and at finals I lose to a spammer. I mean, hey, it's definitely a strategy. Marissa's the only focus unit on this banner who's acceptable. Too bad. We're pulling one of the greens on here for Bunny Veronica. All right. Oop. Hang on. Poll. Main account. Top green. Left green. Right green. Bottom green. I think we're going to try for Veronica here, guys. Start poll. Cast your vote for the main account. Bro using PK fire. I feel that. Yep. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You're stuck against a wall. Backed up to a wall. Use anything else but PK fire. Pathetic. Let me guess they use an S. Well, I mean... Who here has played an Earthbound game? Because they're not very common. Not voting since there's no blue votes. That's one of the reasons why I don't go PvP in Elden Ring. Veronica in a bunny suit is uncomfortable. Reminds me too much of the Bride Sonic incident. Why? The bridal Sonic-y thing, I get because people are like, why are we trying to marry off kids? And then they had to explain, no, they're just playing dress up. I forgot his name since it's been long since I last played Smash Bros. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's the only two characters that are Earthbound characters in Smash Bros. Are Ness and Lucas. All right, chat picked left green. Let's vote for the iPad. iPad. So we have top red for... Who's red? Is it Paul or Bruno? I don't even remember anymore. Top red, left green for Veronica, right red, bottom red, and bottom green. All right, guys, cast your vote for the iPad. Played some Earthbound. Ness, Marissa on iPhone 10. We do have a blue there if you guys want. Oh, I almost remembered his name correctly. Yeah. Saw Bride Sonic inclusion in Faye as an edgy joke. I don't think they were meant to be a joke. I just think they didn't think through the inclusion, and that they would have to like give it context later. Given how the bunny outfits in Faye are usually suggestive or fan servicey, it feels strange to give Veronica one. Even as someone who likes Veronica as a character, I don't like the idea of that unit. I mean, yeah, some of them can be. I don't think all of them are though. Like, what did you say about, like, Maria? I think I played Earthbound. If so, it's been years. Like, so Earthbound, so, like, yeah, the second game. Earthbound Beginnings, a.k.a. Mother 1, that was eventually localized. Well, it was localized a long time ago. They just didn't release it until the Wii U Virtual Console. And now it's on the Switch Online thing, I think. Instead of Bridal Sonicy, we should have gotten Groom Ike. Maybe one day. Chat picks Top Red. I don't even remember who it is. Is it Paula or is it Bruno? All right, new poll for the iPhone 10. We got a little bit of everything there. All right, top green or just green. Colorless, red, right red. For who knows who that is. Bottom red and then blue. Blue is Marissa. Green is Veronica. I forget who is which other colors. Red's Paula. Okay, there you go. Red is Paula, and then Carlos is Bruno. Cast your vote. Ooh, Nano's playing Pokemon Violet. I can see because I've got the Engage intro screen just on repeat here. But no buff Groom Ike. It'll be young Groom Ike like Roy's alt has. Yeah, guys, we were doing the other night the bridge chapter of Engage on Maddening. That was super easy. Now, to be fair, it's mostly just like Chloe and Yunaka taking on the entire map themselves. But no, that map was super easy on Maddening. Again, I don't know if it's just the fact that I know what to expect with that out of the maps now, but so like I'm not playing as cautiously. Or maybe I am playing cautiously because I know what to expect. I don't know. I played Tourney, and yet again I get this garbage guy, and this time playing as Bowser. Did you guys see the... So there's a photo going around Twitter right now. I don't know if that's where the picture originated. So Jack Black was posing with a Bowser figure for the movie or whatever. And literally next to him on the table is the score, like the music score to the movie. And there's like a musical piece called Peaches, and people are now going, oh, they're looking at the sheet music and trying to figure out, okay, here's what it sounds like. Here's what the music sounds like. I don't like Spring Maria either. I just don't want units that feel like they're meant for those kind of people. Same reason I've grown to strongly dislike their obsession with Young Tiki. All right, well, what are your thoughts on Spring McAllis? We don't talk about Bruno. Nice. Before Bridal Sonicy came out, I made a joke about if IS released Bridal Mist, I would be laughing, and when Bridal Sonicy was revealed, I was laughing and happy at the same time. Please, Marissa. Yes, chat picked blue, guys, so we're going blue on the iPhone 10. So we're going green, red, and blue. Let's get some Lilith emotes in the chat, guys. Get these spring units, and then we'll go on to the next Spring Revival banner. Here we go, guys. Spam it if you got it. Lilith emotes, let's go. See what we get. Smoke on the phones, not the iPad. iPad gets a 3-star Corrin. We just got a what? We got a Jill, and is that Summer Lynn? We just got Summer Lynn on the Spring Revival banner. 2 5-stars, guys. 2 5-stars. Actually, if you want to talk about a fan servicey spring, seasonal, sorry, not spring, fan servicey seasonal summer banners. There you go. Can't remember if I told you who's the composer for Legend of Vox Machina. Neil Acri? I think I remember you mentioning that. I think I remember that. I mean, don't swear, don't swear, don't swear. We got Jill and we got Summer Lynn. I'm pretty sure both these accounts have these units, but let's find out for sure. She is new on the iPhone 10, so let's take a look here. Jill is neutral. And then Lynn is plus defense, minus res. Alright, and then we got a 3-star Corrin there. Spring McAllis doesn't appeal to me, but I have no issue with him existing. Ah, so it's mostly just a gender thing. Mainly because he's not a child on a banner primarily. Okay, so it's an age thing. What'd you think of Spring Delthea? Alright, guys, next banner I believe is also a Spring Revival. I don't remember which one off the top of my head. It is... Oh, wait, what? Could have sworn there was another one. Or did it expire already? Did I miss it? Oh, this one. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, it's because it's... I don't know why it's in this order. Okay, whatever. So... Let me check who I have for sure. I'm pretty sure I have... Actually, some of these. Alphonse. So we have Alphonse. Actually, can we see what version this is? I can just sort it by version. 2.3. There, 2.3, 2.3. Alright, so we have Alphonse. We have two Catrias, actually. But oh shoot, we're color sharing. Okay, we don't have Sharena. We do have Kagero. So the only one we don't have on my main is Sharena. So we are going to go green. Yeah, we have Kagero, we have Alphonse, and we have two Catrias. So main is going to go green. If we don't get green, I'll let you guys pick. Here we go. We don't have green. All right, you guys can pick between Catria and Kagero here. New poll for the main account. Top colorless. Again, colorless is Kagero, and blue is Catria. Left blue, right colorless. Bottom left blue, bottom right blue. All right. Quick poll, cast your vote. Catria, Catria. Well, we have three choices. Pick your choice. Then again, mine is Lucina. Wait, what? Let's see. Let me scroll up. I'm missing some stuff. Both me and my girlfriend have a Fire Emblem crush. Ooh, this is upsetting. Go Catria. Yeah, pick the one. Both me and my girlfriend have Fire Emblem crush. Hers is Chrom. Okay, that's understandable. They Spring Alfonso Dirty. Well, keep in mind this banner's this has been around for a while too. Like Delthea a lot as a character, but I wish she'd been on a different seasonal banner. Like she'd be great on Halloween or something. I could see her getting a Halloween alt at some point. Dual where Luthier is taking her trick or treating would have been cute. Yeah. I don't think we're not gonna get more alts of Delthea. She's a pretty popular character. Then again, yet again, mine is Lucina. I'm assuming the grown-up one. Rose wearing his PJs to the Spring Festival. I mean, it's a dress-up seasonal. A lot of them are. All right, chat picked left blue for Catria. All right, onto the iPad. Also no greens, but this time we have reds though instead of blues. So this is the iPad alt. Top colorless. Left red, right. Can't spell right. Right red. Bottom left. Colorless. By the way, red is not focused. Just FYI. Bottom. Right color. Oh my god, I can't type. I am thinking about getting a new keyboard. All right, poll is open, guys. Cast your vote for the iPad. So I currently have the. This is the Apple Magic Keyboard with the number pad. Usually they only have like up to, just actually not even the. They only have up to here. So like this portion right here is the regular Magic Keyboard. This is the Magic Keyboard with the number pad, but this is the older one, so it does not have Touch ID. Like I can literally on my laptop use my fingerprint to log into my computer. Whereas here, this doesn't have Touch ID yet, so I have to literally reach over to my laptop to log in with my fingerprint. Whereas it'd be so much easier if I would just sit down here and touch right here, and I'm logged in. So I am thinking about upgrading. It's a $200 keyboard though. And honestly, it's not worth $200. But I do hate having to reach over all the time. All right, guys, poll's almost over for the iPad. Cast your vote right here. I see fan art of Bridal Delthea. Interesting. Chat picked bottom left colorless. All right, going for that Kagero. New poll for the iPhone 10. So we have top green for Sharena. Left blue for Catria. Colorless for Kagero. Bottom green for Sharena or Alphonse. I shouldn't forget Alphonse. And then bottom blue for Catria. All right, guys, cast your votes. Let's see. We don't need another child bride in this game, even though I don't really play on PC. Excuse me. You have a Razer keyboard? Razer actually bought out a company that I was following for a while called Controller Gear, which used to make like merch and accessories, and they actually made a lot of licensed Fire Emblem merch here in the States. You don't usually see licensed Fire Emblem merch here in the States unless it's like imported from Japan. Sometimes Nintendo of America, for example, will stock some Fire Emblem figures that have come out in Japan that aren't officially released here. But Controller Gear actually released a whole line of Fire Emblem merch, from beanies to baseball caps to water bottles. This is actually one of the Controller Gear water bottles. They had decals for your Switch. They had Switch carrying cases. But then they were bought out by Razer, and I think Razer basically discontinued all the Fire Emblem merch. Watch you going to jinx it when IS might do another bridal banner. Chat picks colorless on the you want that Kagero on the 10. All right, so we have a Katria and 2 Kageros hopefully here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get some Lilith emotes in the chat, and then we'll do looks like our last summon. Sleeps, welcome in. How are you doing? You're alive. Thank you for the resub. We were actually talking about you the other day. Simblipo was like, "Where's Sleeps? I wish they'd be here." But yeah, let's get some. Thank you, Callie. Here we go. And Sleeps, thank you for that resub. That is a sub summon for you guys. Remember, whenever you resub, or gift subs on this channel, you get a sub summon. Ooh, we have 3 stars: Etier, Odin, and a 4-star Jacob. All right, nothing on this banner. But yeah, Sleeps, you get a sub summon. Remember, guys, anytime you resub, or gift subs, you get a sub summon, which means that basically I will summon for you on my main account with my own orbs. When you get to 5, you can pick any banner, and I will do a full circle for you. So thank you for that resub. Oh, you have a lot of sub summons, huh? How much do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 25 sub summons, Sleeps. Let me catch up here. Actually, I have one of the Bell's Hell's Razor Mice. They released when they sponsored Critical. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's nice when they do like those like, you know, kind of licensed sets or crossover sets or whatever. Maybe this year Bridal Zelgius happens. I have Ashton Greymore one. I'm alive. Welcome back. Also, watch that language there, Sleeps. Off to play Dragon Quest Heroes by Simblipa. Stay right there because we're not done with summons yet. And also we got to talk about emotes so that way you guys can all hear what's going on. To get how much I have? Let's see here. Atri, you have 5. Let's see. Yes, I've been AWOL and focusing on my routine, but yes, I try to show up when possible. I appreciate that. After all, I'm soft. Yes, make use of those emotes. Did you know you can use your emotes, guys, your Twitch emotes, in iMessage? Did you guys know this? As long as you have the Twitch app on your phone, you can use your Twitch emotes in iMessage when you message friends. They show up as stickers. I should use my summons. Well, remember, if you get to 35, basically when we have a new heroes banner, you can single-handedly make me spark on that banner for a character. Great timing ad. I want to use it? Okay, well, let's do all the other summons first, and then well, which banner are you thinking of using it on? Because if you're gonna do it on one of the ones where we still have a free summon, like the Glimmer banner here, which has OG Yuri, or on the Legendary banner, well, then that way you only have to use 4, and I can still summon the full circle, and then you can save your other one for next time. So it's up to you. If you want to do it on a separate banner, I can do a full circle there too. As long as you're behaving. Alright, chat, let's do the Glimmer banner. So again, we have OG Yuri, and then Monica, and then Pent. Do I have... I think I have Yuri on here. Let me check. I have 2 Yuri. Okay, I did not expect that. Do I have Pent? I'm pretty sure I don't have Monica. I don't have Pent, so we can go green. Monica. No Monica either, so we can go green or blue. Okay, back what were you saying? I said stay right there because we still have to do our summons and then talk about emotes. Thank God that was a sponsor. Sam wasn't in charge of writing that one, otherwise, oh dear. Too late, I'm distracting seeing Jessica and my team. Would you like the sound of Bridal Delphia? My stuff has been getting stronger, or getting strong. Might start using it more for stream sessions. Okay. Yeah, we'll be doing rival domains tomorrow. I believe it's infantry. Let me double check. I just don't want to say anything wrong here. Tomorrow is the 1st. April Fools. Yeah, it is infantry tomorrow. Infantry tomorrow, guys. So you'll have a lead set up hopefully for that. Okay, but yeah, green or blue on my main, and then anything goes on the alts. So here we go. After this, I believe is the Legendary banner for Legendary Yuri. Shinku, welcome in. 2 years. I'm guessing one is from the Spark and the other is from the free giveaway. Oh, did we get a free giveaway? That would explain it. That would explain it. But yeah, how you doing? Welcome in. And of course, Elena punching Daisy too. Hold up, you're out of control. Stop his. Do I need to look up who's Delthea? All right, ladies and gentlemen, green or blue on the main here. Let's do a poll. New poll, main. I'm not doing the colorless. Green. Bottom left blue. Bottom right blue. Again, green is Pent, blue is Monica. Why did I think Monica was red? Is it because her entire design is red? All right, cast your vote. Pick your summon here on the main account. That's your April Fool's joke and you're playing Persona 4 Golden instead. I mean, to start the stream tomorrow, yes. Not today. All right. Hang on, Sleeps. We gotta vote for all 3 accounts here first. So pick the one we're summoning on the main. Who wants to ban like that? A-tree language. But yeah. And after this, we got to talk briefly about emotes. I did mention it at the beginning of the stream, but I know a lot of people weren't here yet. So we'll talk about the situation. The sitch. What's the sitch? Ain't a bad word. Yes, but if people that are listening that shouldn't be listening are listening, I don't want them to be hearing this stuff. Remember, keep it family friendly, guys. Keep it family friendly. The stream actually is labeled as mature, so if you guys aren't, I think it's just if you're not following, you get a warning like, hey, this is for mature audiences, blah, 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 blah. But as we all know, that's not going to keep anyone out. All right, chat picked green on. You guys want Pent more than the Monica. Interesting. iPad, let's see here. iPad, top green, red, colorless. Bottom green or blue. Again, blue is Monica, green is Pent, and colorless is Yuri. Cast your vote. I was trying to please the North American and Japanese FEH community, and it's harder for IS to do that nowadays. All right, cast your vote, guys. This is for the iPad. Which one are we pulling there? About those emotes. So we are officially commissioning 3 more emotes. I told Zora I would let her know by tomorrow what the details were. We've been asking you guys in Discord under the Stream Improvement channel to let me know some emote ideas. Specifically, what the heck? Specifically, what types of emotions or reactions you guys would like to see. For example, some people seem to want a cry emote out of us. So what I asked is that if you look at your own frequently used emotes, whether it's mine or someone else's, we all have our own frequently used emotes. What emote reactions do you have that are ones that we don't have? For example, if you prefer using someone else's like high emote or wave emote, cool, that's fine. But if they have an emote emotion that we don't have, for example, cry, for example, sleep, that you like to use a lot, tell me about it. Show me some examples of those emotes that you want, and then we'll see if we can get an emote for that type of reaction. After we figure out what we want, we'll then kind of figure out, okay, which Fire Emblem characters would fit that. Now, question is, do we want emote and reaction type emotes, like emotion and reaction type emotes, or do we want holiday emotes? Because we can go that route as well. Right now, we only have a Christmas emote. We could also try and get a Halloween, New Year's, Valentine's, St. Patrick's Day, 4th of July. Mostly the 4th of July thing would be like an in America thing, but things that doesn't appeal to most non-Americans. But yeah, like, see, Callie, if you like that emotes, you know, yeah, mention that in the Discord, so that way I have examples of it, like foodie emotes. Yeah, right now we only have the sip emotes where Alira's drinking tea. We have the cheesecake emote where Lysithia's eating cheesecake, and then we have the Tanuki popcorn one, which I believe is either a bit emote or a higher tier sub emote. Let's see. Did we get a poll result? I didn't see it for the iPad. Chat picked blue. Let's go blue for Monica on the iPad. And then iPhone 10. iPhone 10. Red, which is non-focus. Left blue for Monica. Right blue for Monica. Colorless for Yuri. And then green for Pence. All right, guys. Cast your vote for the iPhone 10. Let's see. Let the massacre commence. This isn't a family-friendly stream. This is tragic Shakespeare stream. This is one where I like die at the end of the stream. Also, the schools that were being rebuilt for India for the Shanti Bobin campaign, their fundraising is finally fully built. Nice. Also been trying to stay healthy, catching up on sleep. Also thinking about finding a new part-time job so I can work in sales less. Don't like it anymore. I get that. There's that emote, the sip emote. I do like how that emote really turned out. I'm also think too, like, should we get another Engage emote? But there's like other games that don't even have representation. I want to have it one emote for each game eventually. Excuse me. Right now, Pogma, which was Leafy's idea, is representing 5 games, the Arcania games, and I would like to eventually have 5 different Arcania emotes. Right now, May is representing both Gaiden and Echoes, and I want to have one for each eventually. I don't have one for Warriors or Warriors 3 Hopes. So that's 2 games that need representation to begin with. And then I kind of want to get another Engage emote, preferably a character that I like more. Alira's great, don't get me wrong, but I also want to get one that, like a character that I really like. Is there a party emote? We have a Lynn hype emote. That's probably the closest thing right now. Chat tied between colorless and green. I'm going to go for green because it sounds like we all got a free Yuri. So we'll go for Pent there. I don't know if I have Pent. I could have Pent on that one, but I know for sure I probably have a Yuri. Been doing pretty bad in the last 2 banners. Ooh, a Santana banner. I reached 4%. Oh, that's not so bad. I only got 1 Fallen Edelgard outside of Spark. No 4-star special rate. Ooh. I hardly see you in Cron stream anymore, except I fell asleep and passed out at 2 a.m. Yeah, Simblupo, I always see them in Cron streams. Oh, who was that one person? They used to come by a lot, but then I think they they removed their Twitch account. But they were really into that one anime, and they had me draw a character from it, and I was like, I don't know who this is. But Cron has an emote of them, so I don't know. I guess that's why Barry saw me. Shez emote to represent warriors. Yeah, we could do something like that. Critical Role as a foundation organization for support. Yeah, that sounds really cool of them. All right, what did you guys pick? Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys tied, and I picked green. All right, Summer Claude. Anyone for Claude? Does it make sense to count remakes as separate games for Arcania since it's the same characters? I just want an excuse to have more characters, more emotes. But I mean, the same would apply to Echoes versus Gaiden. So. Just an excuse. But yeah, if you want to think about it that way, I guess we could put a priority on Warriors and 3 Hopes for now. Found one with confetti. All right, guys. Thank you for the little themos. Keep them coming. Here we go, guys. Let's summon. Hoping for actually a whole bunch of things. 2 Pence and a Monica here. And then I believe the next banner we're summoning on is for the Yuri, the Legendary Yuri. 2 phones with Smoke. 3-star Ferdinand. We got a Raven and a Ross. Ross can. For Engage, maybe a Yunaka emote. I mean, Zadora actually has pay to use Yunaka emotes already, so if I just pay a fee, I can use them. But it's open to anyone to use also. So I feel like Yunaka is going to be a very popular emote choice. So I figure, okay, well, let's look at some other characters that I like that are also probably popular, but probably aren't going to have as many emotes. So, like, I feel like I have seen at least a couple Ivy emotes already. It would be kind of cool to see that one of those, though. Hiya Papaya emotes. I guess that would work with our raid message, which is Hiya Papaya. Has anyone seen a Panette emote? She's growing on me. She's not yet in my top 4 characters, but she's growing on me a lot. Alfred Pog emote would be cool. Well, we already have Pogma, and that was a fantastic idea by Leafy, because their name has Og in it. Speaking of remake, what if they remake old Mario games? I mean, aside from like the All-Star, like 2D Mario All-Star games, they haven't really done that. Yunaka throwing a papaya would be a good raid emote. She already has an emote that, again, it's available to anyone that wants to use it, that pays for it. It's a pay-to-use emote. She has an emote of Yunaka with a papaya sitting on her head. Mario 64 Switch remake, imagine that. I mean, it was released on the Switch. Sometimes I lurk when I cannot have time to socialize, but yeah, I need to try sleeping earlier. Yeah. Yeah, Simplupa, sleep is literally in their name. Do we have a Lumera emote? I haven't seen one yet. It's possible someone has one, but I haven't seen one. But first things first, guys, I want to figure out either the emotions or reactions that we want to represent first. Because I'm not going to have 2 of the same type of emote, just with different characters. That's a waste. Or do we want a holiday emote? So that's the thing. All right, guys, on this banner, on my main, I'm going to probably prefer to go colorless first, just because I don't have 2 of them, and they are mythics. If we don't get colorless, then we'll either go green or red for either the Ninian, who I probably want more than the Yuri, but honestly, it's really a toss-up for me for that. I would like the Ninian, but I feel like Yuri is going to be a bonus unit sooner. Speaking of Shakespeare, Critical Role actually made a School of Tragedy subclass for Bard in their Taldor Reborn book. Double Dash is the only Mario Kart difference enough to warrant a remake. The others would be pointless. Wait, are we talking Mario Kart, or do we say Mario? Did I miss the kart part of it? Oh no, I think they're saying old Mario games, like platformers. Yeah, but the name made me dislike it, since 3D World All-Stars doesn't have Galaxy 2 and 64 DS. That doesn't mean they can't release it in the future. Alright, here we go, guys. The Legendary Yuri banner. Let's see what we get. We have 1 colorless on the main, that's what we're going for. Chat, I need your help with the iPad, though. We can pull for Yuri if you guys want on this one. Or we can pull for a different color entirely. So iPad. Green. Blue. Red is Yuri, right? Bottom left colorless. Bottom right colorless. Alright, guys, cast your vote for the iPad. It was a book they released through the publishers they own business-wise, which is they own Darrington Press. Okay, that's where they release most of their books. I mean, yeah, that would make sense. Well, if they own it, why wouldn't they release all their books through that? Cast your vote for the iPad, guys. We're about halfway through the poll. 64 is bad, even with the DS. No, 64 is great. It is very dated at this point, but I do enjoy the game a lot. It's very, very polished first time. Tamara Party. Oh, man, Tamara would make a great emote. I didn't even think about that. Again, I do love the character. She's probably not in my top, 5, but she's fantastic, and I think she would make a great emote. Very colorful character. Chat voted red. All right, red on the iPad. Thank you for spending some channel points on that, guys. All right, new poll for the iPhone 10. All right, we have, hold on, top green, blue, right green, bottom green, and again, red, which is where the Yuri would potentially be. Here we go, guys. Cast your vote. Legal reasons with Wizard. Oh, okay. Did they have like a pre-existing deal before they were tied to Darrington? Though they're partners with Dark Horse for the comics. Gotcha. Okay. I'm guessing it was all before they were linked with Darrington. Imagine if Yuri was voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. If only. No, I think what's her name? Is it Alexandre? That voices Yuri. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's whenever I hear something like that, that's what I assume is the case. That they had a pre-existing arrangement. It's similar to like Marvel. Why Spider-Man is with Sony, even though Marvel is owned by Disney. It was good for its time, but the camera angles, controls, there's so much about it that's immensely aggravating if you play it nowadays with none of the. Again, yeah, there's some quality of life stuff that you can definitely tell it's definitely dated, but you get around that pretty quickly. It would be nice if they could update some of the quality of life stuff, but again, I think it still holds up. Like once you get used to the fact that yes, it's an older game, I think you can get by it just fine. All right, chat picked red. That means we got 2 chances for Yuri today right now. And then Atri, did you decide which banner you're gonna use your sub summons on? Because if it's this one, I can pull the full circle if you want. That way you still have 1 sub summon left over. Or if you want to do a different banner, let me know. But guys, let's get some Lilith emotes in the chat. Let's see what we get here. Let me know. On the AHR banner? Okay. We will do that. Chat, let's get some Lilith emotes in the chat, please. Here we go. Looks at Sonic Adventure. That one has annoying camera too. I was saying this the last couple days, actually. Portal 2 made me dizzy playing it. Even though I did enjoy the story and everything very much, I would have got no smoke in the main. What we got? No focus units. All right. So rip that. That's okay though. Get stuck and you fall. Get stuck and you fall to your death. So only 3 games have ever made me dizzy, and I think it's a lot of it has to do with the camera. But Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut, Kingdom Hearts, the first one, and then Portal 2. I wouldn't call functional camera quality of life stuff. In a platform of all things, it's a vitally important aspect of the game. I mean, the game was pretty universally praised when it came out, so again, once you get used to it, I feel like it'll be fine. They have a spot. Hold on, I need some water. I do feel like I'm talking more than usual today. Also have a sponsorship contract with them. That's one of the reasons why they couldn't speak out against them during the controversy with the OGL stuff. Mario getting killed in all sorts of silly and jank manners. It was hilarious though. I don't imagine Marth what we would look like as a girl for real if Yuri voiced this. Wait, what? All right, chat. Atri. Let's see here. AHR. All right. So Atri, can you confirm that this is the banner you want me to spend 5 summons on? And then you lose those 5 sub-summons, but thank you very much for supporting the stream. Can you confirm, Atri? Fury voiced this character because of the name? Oh, not Marth. This is Yuri. Atri, are you there? Yes, but if we don't get red, could we move to a different one? I mean, I'll pull 1, but that's going to use up one of your sub-summons. Actually, no, it should... no, because that defeats... So part of the reason why we make you guys do 5 is because we figured out a while back when I started doing this, if you just do one-offs, I actually lose money. So I really should be finishing the circle. Doesn't Yuri actually voice Marth? Yes. My basement is somewhat of a mess right now because of decorating. Oh, you're saying that they would sound similar is what you're saying. Okay. All right. But yeah, so Atri wants to go into this one. Here we go. We have 1 red. All right. So Atri, which one do we summon first? I mean, if you want me to pull out, I can, but I'm not going to make a habit of this where it's like I'm only doing 1 off. So like, we're not going to pull a single orb on 5 different circles. Top. All right, so let's do top. You want the red there? Do you want me just to do the 1 and pull out? Again, I'm not going to make a habit of this. But because the AHR is a very weird banner with 3 red focus units, we can do that. Did the message go through or too long again? I didn't see a long one. Oh, wait. I saw the 1C. It was praised when it came out. Considering platformers weren't a thing yet. For its time, it was revolutionary in retrospect. However, the game is garbage. I wouldn't call... I think you're exaggerating here. It's not garbage. It's a fantastic game, but it does suffer because it has aged quite a bit. Much like Zelda 1 is good for its time, not worth playing now without nostalgia for a simpler time in your life. It's a fantastic game, so I think it's very well polished. Let's see here. Pull out. All right. Well, thank you for that sub-summon. You still have 4 left. Okay, so to go into another circle, you do need 5. So next resub or sub or gift sub, we'll let you do a full circle again. By the way, I played 3 Hopes now, and on SB also GW made me dislike 3 Hopes character. Wait, which character? Yeah, Simblip was partway through Scarlet Blaze. They've already played Golden Wildfire. And then they have Blue Lions still. What's the name of the Blue Lions path in 3 Hopes? I forget. Say the same about the first 2 Fire Emblem games. They're great. They just haven't aged well and quality-wise. Well, I mean, 2 with the remakes of those 2. It's like there's no reason to play the Famicom ones now. Like legit, no reason to play them. All right, chat. Any other orders of business? I think we did Hero's Journey. We did summons. So we did all the summons that are available as free summons, except for the ticket summons for the 4-star. All right. Isn't the name for Yuri English VA the name? The last name's right. I don't think that's the first name. I'm following them on Twitter. I don't usually follow the voice actors on Twitter, but I am following them. I think they're also a streamer. I think they're a what's it called? What's it called when they have like an avatar on stream? VTuber. Yeah, I think they're a VTuber. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Trubbish, how have you been? How have you been? Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. I feel like I've been talking more today than usual. Going insane? Uh-oh. Why? Is it a good insane or bad insane? Sometimes going insane can be good because that means you're keeping busy and you're getting things done, but it can be a lot though. Okay, but anyway, let's see. I've reached 82% in my Ultra Sun deck. Oh, okay, so you're going for completion there, huh? So you're just, yeah, those last few sometimes can take a while, take a lot of effort to get. Tomorrow my suffering starts. 5-day work. Ooh, it's like a normal work week for the rest of us. Well, you have spring break, right? That's why you have the extra days of work. Yeah, I have, so Monday I have an institute day where it's just teachers, mostly just meetings and other stuff, but like no students. Tuesday we have the day off here in Illinois because election day in Illinois is the state holiday. So we get the full day off. And then classes start Wednesday, and then we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Even though Friday's Good Friday, the kids still have school because again they get Monday off because of the institute day, and then Tuesday after election day. But they get the following Monday off because of Easter. So, and the thing is, I only do pianos with them on Monday, so that's almost a month without pianos. Europe's Cloud is pretty cool. Overwatch 2 April Fool's stuff is hilarious. I think I created an EA account the other day because I wanted the 100 platinum coins for like my Nintendo, and it was like, oh, you have to play the demo of was it FIFA? I literally just started the game and I got to the menu. I was like, oh, cool, I got my coins. Delete. So I deleted the game from my Switch, but I think I now have an EA account. I'm gonna go now. Good night. All right, Polar, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out today. Created a genre which it does deserve some praise for, but it has long since been rendered in archaic mass compared to the myriad of better games it helped inspire that vastly outclass it. Much like Pokemon Red and Blue, where it started a legacy that is just undeniably superior than itself. Right, but the game is still solid though. Whereas with like Pokemon, you could argue that like the newer games are just like incrementally getting better each generation. Whereas Mario 64 is still very much its own game. Honestly glad it's Amazon. Well, no, no, you could argue that Kanto is still a different layout and all that. But I mean, it's essentially the same game. Glad it's Amazon that partnered with Critical Role with the whole movie, TV, and video game, and not Disney. I mean, I like Disney as a company. I think they have a lot of great creatives there. And keep in mind, though, like both are still companies and businesses. Like both Disney and Amazon just recently went through some mass layoffs. Like Disney laid off, what, 7,000 people, including some executives too. And then Amazon, they laid off a ton of people as well recently in several waves of people. I know Twitch saw a lot of layoffs, was it like a week ago? Yeah, one of the streamers I follow who actually works at Twitch, she's a piano streamer, mostly, but she'll also occasionally stream like Final Fantasy 14 or whatever. But yeah, she works at Twitch, and she was talking about how like, oh yeah, guys, my job is safe, I can confirm, but I lost a lot of my team and a lot of friends here, and yeah. EA, fair. I can tell you why, but I can't spoil here since you didn't play Golden Mile. Yeah, I haven't played yet. Disney also beat DeSantis' arson of public. I read that article and I was like, well, no, like even before, like the fact that they outmaneuvered DeSantis, like just quietly doing so. That's one of the reasons why I like Bob Iger, because like, yeah, he opposes DeSantis's, his like views and all the stuff, but it's like he knows how to better maneuver the politics of the state. Because like, Bob Iger's been around for a while. and just the way they maneuvered to make sure that the previous, I guess, council locked in a deal for them that would benefit them for the next 3 years, regardless of what DeSantis does. I felt like I was like, that's a quiet victory, and I'm sure DeSantis is fuming on the inside. Also, speaking of corrupt Republicans, 34 counts. This is gonna go very well. Let's see here. The game characters slightly differ. I'm guessing they did that so they can have a reset on how long they make the quality on the shows and movies. It's mostly a cost-cutting measure. That was the reason for the layoffs. Let's see. The thing we should be celebrating is Cheetah Man gonna get arrested. Well, he's surrendering on Tuesday, I believe. He's arriving in New York on Monday and surrendering on Tuesday, or at least he's expected to. Tried going back to it. It was infinitely more frustrating than it was enjoyable because I have no nostalgia for it. I don't associate it with a simpler time in my life like most people do. I have no positive memories with it. I get to relive while playing it, so I have no reason to play it over a better function. We played it on, I'm pretty sure we did the Super Mario 3D All-Stars when it came out. We tried doing Mario Sunshine, but then after a while I was like, I don't want to play this. And then we were doing Mario 64. That game, like in hindsight now, like it took me a while to beat that when I was younger. But nowadays it seems very easy, very short, but still very much enjoyable. But I feel like if I had beaten it that quickly when I was younger, I wouldn't have this nostalgia for it that I do now, because I spent more time with it obviously as a kid. But yeah, no, it's very short in comparison to like today's games, but I still feel like I enjoyed it very much. Keeps making himself look more and more incompetent. Oh no, he's already looked incompetent. It's just that somehow he is getting other incompetent people to support him, which that's the frustrating part. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, I saw Feral Byleth fan art. Feral Byleth fan art. It's scarier than Dimitri. All right, let's see here. Are we good with Faye before we switch over to Engage? Again, if you guys weren't here earlier, again, emotes. Okay, just from those of you in chat, would you prefer additional like emote / reaction emotes that we don't have yet? Like for example, cry or sleep or what? Actually, what did you guys post in Discord? We don't have a lot of people posting in the Discord, even though it's been up for a few days now. Yeah, the only ones people have suggested here with examples, crying, evil or scheming, like a nervous emote, or like a target sighted one. And again, I need examples of these to send to Zadora so she knows visually what I want out of them. So that's why I asked for visual examples. Although right now only, I think, yeah, Yuko's the only one who's shared. Still can't get over John Wick Chapter 4. Haven't seen it. The only movie I'm going to see in the theaters anytime soon is going to be Guardians of the Galaxy 3, probably. Although, today on Apple TV Plus, the Tetris movie came out. Would you guys be interested in a movie night this weekend? I don't know. We haven't done a movie night with an Apple TV movie before. I don't know if it's going to work. Chloe emote? Well, again, before we figure out the characters, I want to figure out first, are we doing emotions that we don't have yet? Such as crying or sleeping or whatever. See, I feel like the best thing with Chloe would be some type of eating emotes, but we have a couple of those already. So that's lower. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just saying it's a food emote would be lower on the priority list if we don't have one yet, or if we do have those already. Do we want another emotion / reaction, or do we want holiday emotes? Because if we want more holiday emotes, well, then we should have them in time for this fall. But then they're not going to be like emotion / reaction type emotes. I'd be down to have Apple TV Plus. Yeah, thing is, I don't think we've done an Apple TV watch party before, so I don't know if it's going to work. Like most of the stuff we do is like Disney. Mario Sunshine has janky physics that are entertaining, and Flood allows for experiences most Mario games don't allow. The Galaxy games are just generally super fun and hold up even now. Mario 64 is just a frustrating game that's difficult to control due to the camera controls. I still love it though. I think I enjoy it. I find it a bit more charming than Sunshine. Sunshine was a fantastic game, but it's also a lot more complex, and like that's not the type of game that you'd expect to beat in one sitting. Whereas we were able to get through Mario 64 pretty quickly. Yeah, imagine if they snapped, they weren't saved by their students. Wait, what? Who? Yet if they successfully kill Kronia instead of Solendin. Sleep emote would be nice too. Yeah, like a sleeping emote. Yeah, that's been one that's been discussed. Let's see. I want to see some Apple TV streaming, but we already have too many services. Yeah, so I mentioned this before. The only streaming services that I pay for the Disney bundle, and I have since it launched. Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN. I never use ESPN. I've used it maybe once, but only because I was at home. I think it was the holidays or something. I was at home, and I figured either my brother or my dad might want to watch it, but I don't think they did. And then Hulu I use on rare occasion, but I use Disney Plus like all the time. And honestly, if they just bring Firefly over from Hulu to Disney Plus, because Disney owns Firefly now, I would have no need for Hulu. Although they do have some anime on there, which I did try to start one on Hulu. Never continued with it though. But yeah, I use Disney Plus all the time. Apple TV Plus I keep for maybe a few months out of the year. I don't pay for the full year, but I'll get it for like if I wait for a show to usually I wait for a show to fully come out, and then I'll just binge it, and then I'll cancel. So like the big shows that I watch on Apple TV Plus are Ted Lasso, The Morning Show, and For All Mankind. Yeah, I think I'm waiting. Right now I'm watching. I have it for Ted Lasso. But I'll probably, after that, I'll probably just wait until the next full season of The Morning Show comes out. Let's see. Saw Feral Claude fan art also. Get Apple TV. Hey, Tree-Man, welcome in. Free from work, only use it to watch Jon Stewart. Oh, that's another good thing that's on there. I kind of want to watch it. I have seen clips of it, but I haven't really watched it yet. But yeah, no, Ted Lasso is fantastic if you guys haven't seen it. Oh, it's so good. Morning Show's good. For All Mankind's good if you're into like that kind of what if, and if you're into like the history of the American space program. Guessing this is what if Feral Claude happens if Judith and Nadir died. Why are they feral? Did a squirrel give them the rabies? Did I ever tell you guys about my my nightmare? I had one time. So I imagined. Okay, so the game Duck Hunt on the NES, where you have the zapper and you're shooting ducks. So it's on the NES. Imagine you could jump into your TV and then be inside the Duck Hunt world in 3D, but it's still the same, like, extremely bright, saturated colors. But anyways, you're in the Duck Hunt world, and you're looking around, blue sky, grass, green grass, brown ground. You look up, you see a bird flying, but it's not a duck. Or it is a duck, but it's not acting like a duck. It's acting a little weird. This is a nightmare I was having, by the way. I look up at this duck, and I'm like, what's going on with it? And then you realize it's infected with the T virus. I'm like, wait a second. That's not right. And the duck sees you, and then you start to notice that you're surrounded by other ducks flying in the air. I think this was a scene in a Resident Evil movie, too, where there were crows that were infected, and they were all stranded in buses or whatever in the desert. But anyway, these Duck Hunt ducks that are infected with the T virus spot you, and oh crap, gotta get out of here. And then they all start chasing after you. They start diving down and chasing after you. Alir and Tiki are probably the most associated with sleep. Since we have Alir already, maybe sleep emotes could be adult Tiki, so we have an awakening emote. I mean, we have an awakening emote in Na, but that's an idea. Because, yeah, Tiki and sleep do go hand in hand. Although, again, like I said, I kind of do want more Arcania emotes, and a young Tiki sleeping emote would be nice. Although I feel like that's probably a thing from other people as well. But I also, if we were going to do Tiki, I kind of also wanted to do the Vocaloid Tiki from TMS at some point. I mean, I'm not opposed to having two Tiki emotes in the future, but it's just something to keep in mind. Favorite streaming service movie of last year would be either Glass Onion, Hellraiser, or Prey. Okay. The question about nope, it's more what if. To be honest, I enjoyed Mario 64 and didn't mind the camera, unless it's easier on an N64 controller. Maybe it's preference. I mean, the biggest thing with the Mario 64 DS port is that it's awful with the D-pad. What you had to do, so the original DS, not any DS other than that, the original DS had a wrist strap, but on the wrist strap there was a little plastic nub. And what you had to do is you had to wrap that around your thumb, and that was a thumb pad, so you can use the bottom screen as a control stick, and then use the buttons on the right side and the shoulder buttons and whatever. But you would use the bottom screen as a control stick. That's what made that one playable. Like the D-pad, it sucked. It sounds like you're trying to rehash promises. Agarth and Claude AU, who's taken like Lysithia and Edelgard. More comparing him to Dimitri. Aren't they working on something like that with a game like Sword Art Online? VR Duck Hunt was made into a horror game already. It's called Duck Season. Well, this was this. Let's see, when was this Nightmare? This would have been like 15 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. So this is long before VR really took off. Sounds like if Nintendo allowed horror games in their IP, what if Simplupa played a dating sim, or The Sims, or The Sims? Oh my god. Can someone edit like The Sims title screen and just it says The Sims with a B in there? Dating sim, The Sims. Don't rule it out until you tried. Rather die if I play it. So Tsundere. Oh. Why DS remake is considered one of the worst remakes if you're ever not using a 3DS. It's playable if you're using the thumb pad, but on a D-pad it's awful. Mario DS remake, you mean Mario 64 DS? Yeah, the one where you can play as Luigi, Wario, or Yoshi. Like a full dive SAO game, like how it was in the anime and like novel series, kind of like Mario 64 DS. It was the biggest thing about Mario 64 DS, not even like the ability to play as other characters. I feel like it was the mini games. That was the fun part of Mario 64 DS. I remember bringing my DS to school all the time, and I would play the mini games when I had some free time, or my classmates would see me playing. They'd be like, "Oh, that's awesome! Can I try?" And they would enjoy the mini games. Yoshi and Mario and Luigi exist, guys. They made the game interesting. I mean, that was interesting, but I feel like I was more excited about the mini games in Mario 64 DS because those were new. Those were fun to play. All right. Yeah, let me ask you guys this poll. This is not a binding poll here, but emote question. Because we're commissioning 3 emotes, and I have to let Zadora know by tomorrow the details. Do we want more emotion/reaction type emotes? Or do we want more holiday emotes? I'm doing one or the other because we're only getting 3. So I'm doing one or the other here. Let me know what you guys want to see. And keep in mind, if we do the holiday emotes, that takes up the 1K bit emote slots during the time when that emote would be relevant. Whereas, if we get the emote, or if we get the emotion or feeling/reaction emotes, all the tier 1 sub emote slots, which includes follower emotes and animated emotes, are taken, and then the other 2 Fire Emblem emotes are currently taking up the 1K and 5K emote slots. The only other open slots are the tier 2, tier 3 sub emotes, and then the 10K bit emote slots and the 25K bit emote slots, which means something would have to get moved to there, which means some of the emotes you guys already have access to you would basically lose access to unless you were to sub at a higher tier or cheer more bits. Whereas if we make it a holiday emote, yes, you wouldn't have it the whole year, but it seems like most people would be able to access it if they either cheer 1,000 bits or are a sub. I haven't decided yet where the holiday ones will go. I always wanted Super Wario 64. He looked kind of silly in those polygons. Is it too much to ask for a VR D&D game? I mean, how would that go? Minigames were the part I remembered, but I feel like if the only selling point of a 3D platformer is the minigames, something has gone very wrong. Well, keep in mind it was a launch title for the DS, so they just wanted a Mario game, and rather than make a new one at the time, they were like, okay, let's just port Mario 64 and show off what this can do in terms of a 3D N64 game. Team of D&D Beyond is working on a full 3D digital battle system. What about Metal Wario? I remember playing the gambling where Luigi was. Be better. Like how to play gamble until you lose all your gold. Like Mario Party. Yeah, we could do Mario Party for community night. So again, for those that haven't been here lately, we started doing community nights on Thursdays. Last 2 weeks we've been playing Mario Kart as well as a little bit of Smash Bros. We could also throw Mario Party into the mix, and we can also throw Splatoon into the mix. Kind of like a real-life gamble casino. Alright, we're going gonna switch over to Engage. We're not gonna start it just yet because I want to go around the Somniel, so don't worry about spoilers or anything like that, guys. Alright.
Fire Emblem! Engage!
That was Clan, I can tell. Yeah, we're gonna go around the Somniel for a little bit here, because the last time we played Engage, we did Chapter 7 and we did Hector's Paralogue. So now we're just gonna kind of go around the Somniel for a little bit, finish up that, and then we'll go into Chapter, I think, 8. I just realized old Yoshi Wings was kind of inspired for his old Smash Bros. Special move. Yeah, we're not doing that Paralogue yet. We tried it. We tried it. Since it came from Mario 64. Oh, the wings? Is that where that came from? Can't hear Clan's voice and not think of Deku. Wait, what's that from? Well, let me make sure the streams I'm lurking in are still online. Ta-da! Alright, looks like Gil's done. Ketchup's still on. Alright. I think since he was flying like a dragon while shooting fire at you, main character of MHA. Oh, okay. His name means useless. Does that mean Deku Tree is a useless tree? Bum, 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 bum. Alright, Somniel, let's scan some amiibo. My only ideas for emotion emotes are crying, flirty wink. Ooh, a wink emote. Or a smug expression. We've had some ideas for some of those too in the past. Like, let me see if I can find that. Let me see. Yeah, cast your vote in the poll, guys. What would you prefer, holiday or emote, or like the emotion type ones? Oh yeah, let me see if the new Fire Emblem merch. Did you guys see the Fire Emblem merch they announced last night? Let me see if it's up for pre-order yet. Where is it? Refresh. I want... Wait, no results found. That's not right. What's going on? Fire Emblem. That? What? That can't be right. Hold on. Maybe their search function's not working on Ami Ami right now. Because if... Hold on. Let's see. If you guys go to Ami Ami and search Fire Emblem, do you guys get anything? Alright, anyway. Emotes. Okay, so we did have some ideas for cry emotes in the past. Let's see, if we get a Fire Emblem crossover with D&D and they take a story told in the games, I'd like to see them pull a Dragonlance and do a 2-parter adventure with Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. We'll see meant to be a useless wooden doll. Useless in general. The wood part is probably why the trees... Oh, gotcha, okay. That makes sense. Sure, it seems cloudy tonight. Oh my god. Well, Sleeps, we had tornado warnings here. Well, severe thunderstorm warnings. There were tornado warnings elsewhere in the state that were a little bit more towards the northwest of me. If we're gonna have it... If we're gonna... Wait, if we're gonna have a Halloween emote, it can't not be Henry. He's the most Halloween and horror-themed Fire Emblem character. We could. We'll discuss the actual characters once we figure out what we're doing in terms of either emotion or holiday. Well, childlike and the morbid parts that make Halloween put into character. Right, but I feel like in terms of like a holiday emote, I feel like we would more want something kind of festive and cute. Maybe some character dressing up or wearing like a costume. Also a former cult member who wants to use severed arms as a weapon. Well, shoot. It's okay, we're okay now. That's probably why, that's mostly why I started stream late, is because I was just waiting out the storms. Chat, are you serious? Oh my gosh, polls are useless. Okay, out of all the games that's had sequels, it feels like those two are the two that would work best. Reminds me, I saw the weather news and it showed Chicago. Yeah. Since when is Chicago get tornado? All the time. All the time. Yeah, the Midwest we get tornadoes a lot. We were talking about this earlier. Like, at least we don't get like hurricane warnings like in the southeast, or a lot of earthquakes like in the west. A seasonal version of Bonk where Henry hits you with a severed arm would be a great as a Halloween emote. Yeah, again, it's a possibility. I just want to know if we want to do holiday or more like emotion type emotes. But it looks like we tied, so I don't know. Like all things shit. That just means I have to pick, and you guys get less input. Since it's next to the lake and river or water, that doesn't change anything. Yeah, here in the Midwest, tornadoes are very common. Now, compared to like a hurricane or an earthquake, the damage is much more concentrated in a smaller area because tornadoes are relatively tiny, but they are still very, very dangerous because we're talking like winds of like, 70, 100 miles an hour, maybe up to 150. So much a tie break. Well, too late now. Too late now. Let's go scan some amiibo first.
Making time to rest?
Let's scan Lucina. Relay tickets. We got Ike. Pork. You see Ike as a pork person? Maybe ribs. Marth. Defense tonic. Robin. I wish we had a female Robin amiibo. And Roy. Toss a Canadian coin. I don't have any Canadian coins. Well, no, maybe I do. Not on me though. I used to collect coins as a kid, so I'm sure I have them in a drawer somewhere. Kron has sailing pancakes emote now. I thought that was endearing. Why wouldn't it be a tea emote for Saline? I feel like that makes more sense. Why does Saline have a pancake emote? Went to a Cinemark theater in Twin Bridges. You mean Seven Bridges? Yeah, Cinemark at Seven Bridges. Is that what you mean? Twice for Critical Role because that was a theater showing for the premiere of Campaign 3 of Critical Role in last year's anniversary episode. Yeah, I always go to the Seven Bridges one whenever I go see a movie because that's there's only a few real IMAX screens in the Chicago area. They had a really good one at Navy Pier, but they got rid of that. It was one of the few laser IMAX screens in the country, but then they got rid of it. So now I use the IMAX at Seven Bridges. I think there's one in Lincolnshire also, but it's a little further away from me. Sitting on the couch and playing Three Hopes at the moment. Let's do the thing you should always do when faced with a major life decision. Toss a Canadian coin. Nah. On a phone and doing about to mission soon. Have digital Canadian coin app. I think those. I used to collect coins as a kid, so I'm sure I have Canadian coins somewhere. Some that are probably encased in plastic, but because he has a Heward Coffee one, I guess it was meant to be silly. Okay, yeah. Seven Bridges. Summer cloud relaxing next to the beach. Yeah, so I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we'll come up with ideas for both, and then I'll just decide on a whim which one we want, holiday or emotion type ones, feeling type ones. All right. Ooh, Yunaka and Etier. Summer Altina with sunglasses.
Hey, Yunaka. Mind
Hold
doing
on.
me a favor?
What you need, pumpkin seed?
Stay real still. I need to give you a once-over.
Wait, what? Why? What are you looking for? And what are you gonna do if you find it?
So many questions. Here, this'll only take a second.
Has Etier always had that tiara? Have I just never noticed?
Hey, I didn't consent to a shakedown. You're searching me like you think I stole something.
Good guess. How did you figure it out?
Seriously? That was a joke! I haven't stolen anything! Not even one thing!
I happen to know that you did.
Yeah? You think your touchy-feely hands are any kind of evidence? Get out of here!
Calm down. Nobody's in trouble.
Oh, nobody's in trouble? Does that mean I'm free to go? Great, then I'm out.
Oh.
Hey, wait! Yunaka!
She's always had it. I seriously never noticed that before. I'm gonna use that. Wait, use what? Summer Altina or the Fae with the glasses? Clean up decided whether I spent on 150 a few months ago. For the Mighty Nine Reunited two-parter, I went to the one in Deer Park. Okay, I've been to that one. Along with the premiere for the first 3 episodes of Legend of Vox Machina Season 2, which is closer to me. Yeah, I usually go to Seven Bridges for movies just because of the IMAX screen. So that's the theater I usually go to. I'll tell you right now, I sit right in that the first row behind the railing, in the back section, right in the middle. I always go for that single best seat in the theater. And then on occasion, I've been to the Marcus Theaters in Orland Park. I went there for, let's see, I think I went there for Sailor Moon once. It was like Sailor Moon R, the movie or something like that. I don't know. And then, what was the other one I saw there? Moana. I saw Moana there. Let's see here. No, her quote. What you need, pumpkin seed. Oh, okay. I need to get like audio samples from this game because I'm going to use that. I want to change our either our follower alert or our raid alert to Haya Papaya. Like when someone raids and you hear like the sounds instead of just like the little beep, I wanted to say Haya Papaya. It's It's part of the contrast of her character, dressed feminine and loves tea parties, but also views all of life as one big workout. I actually really do like Etier, aside from being an amazing archer.
Yunaka, tell me what you have planned for the upcoming Brodian assembly.
Sorry, could you try again? Only one of my ears was ready that time.
I know you've been asking around for details on the upcoming gathering of Brodian officials.
What?
Brodia is my treasure, as are its people. If you have any criminal intentions, I will stop you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold up! Back it up! I think this might be a misunderstanding.
Oh? What exactly am I misunderstanding? You are lying about your identity, are you not?
That's... well,
Don't bother denying it. You've fooled many, but I know your true profession. You're an assassin. I assume you didn't consider someone like me to be a threat. As a noble, it's my duty to keep my people safe. And I can tell that you're up to something. I've already gathered all the evidence I need. If you don't confess, I'll tell everyone about you.
Yeah, it's true. I was a Brodian assassin. Honestly, though, I've put that life behind me. That's not who I am anymore.
Try harder.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, hear me out at least, please. I'll tell you everything.
Fine. I'll hear what you have to say. But later. Know this, Yunaka. To protect Brodia, I can and will act with a heart of cold steel. No mercy.
Yeah, I'll remember.
I need to make sure I use Citrine more because she's one of the characters I didn't really get to use my first run, and I really do want to kind of get to know the units better, as well as the character. Can never sit there because of how big those screens are. Really? I really like IMAX because you get more picture. Like, I feel like if I'm in a regular movie theater now and I get less picture, I'm not getting my money's worth, you know? Because, like, you actually don't see more of the picture that you get on the IMAX screens compared to the smaller screens. Zappy, yep. I'd say it feels like a bit one note. I do wish she had more meaningful supports. I wish that there were more of those in Engage in general. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these characters, we don't get to explore their character as much as we probably could in like other games. To be fair, Three Houses had multiple routes where we got to know them. And I feel like the other games were longer. Citrine is a unit who very much requires Olwen. I don't have the leaf ring yet. Soon, though. Soon. Yunaka and Makaya. Yeah, we're gonna lose our rings
at
soon.
me from the shadows, Yunaka. It's a little unnerving.
Sorry. I could say it's because you're pretty, but the truth is, keeping lookout's just an old habit.
I like to sit in the back row because I like having a wide spread so I can see everything better, especially if I'm going to see anime films in IMAX. So part of the reason I like that, again, if you've been in that IMAX theater at Seven Bridges, so when you go in, there's that little walkway that goes like straight across the room, and then there's the front area, and then there's the back area. I like going in the front area, the back area, but the front row. The reason being is when you sit right in that middle seat, one, the IMAX screen fills up your entire field of vision. So you get to see the entire picture, and it fills up your field of view. And you can rest your legs on the railing. So you have the leg room, you know? And then if you need to go to the bathroom, you don't need to walk over everyone. You just hop over that railing and jump down. And then get back in, just hop over the railing, go back to your seat. So you don't need to walk across people. So I like sitting in that front row of the back section. But yeah, sitting in that middle seat, you can still see everything pretty well. I don't like sitting on the sides because you get more of an angled view. You can still see everything though. But I can't. I never go in that front area. I think there was one movie a while back. Maybe it was like my first time viewing Attack of the Clones. I think that was the one. First viewing of Attack of the Clones, we were in that front row in the front section. I was like, oh, this is awful. It was like this the whole time. All right. Three Houses had tons of good supports like Sylvain and Mercedes, which is my favorite in the series. It shows both characters' views on life. Establishes how the current system of Fodlan has ruined their life in different ways, allowing it to make sense for why both may choose to take any of the three paths, and also making both characters endearing while showing there's a lot more to both than what initial impression would suggest. Yeah, and keep in mind too, like Three Houses not only had the A, B, and C supports, but it did have S supports for every character that eventually you could unlock everything. I'm not saying like every game has to have that. I'm just saying it just benefited from having that extra support from or between two characters, even though they were often focused on romance. But again, too, with Three Houses having 4 routes, it benefits there because now you just get more screen time with these characters to see them interact. So you can kind of delve deeper into some of their, their personalities and how they would react to certain situations and stuff like that. So don't mind front sections as long as I have recliner seats to lay back on instead of murdering my neck. Yeah. The one time I sat in that front section, I think it wasn't so bad, but it was not something I'd want to do again. And I do think that particular theater at Seven Bridges, I think they do have reclining seats in the front area. Not as good as like a Marcus Theater reclining seat. I like those that particular theater, the chairs especially. They have been redone in the last few years, but they're really lacking compared to other theaters these days. I know Marcus now they've reduced the number of seats in each theater to give you more leg room, give you more like space in between parties. So it's a little nicer there, and the seats are really nice. Motorized, recliners and all that stuff. I wish that theater though would put in. Are you familiar with like 4DX or D-Box? So there's a D-Box theater in Rosemont. I forget what it's called. Movieco? Actually, no, I think they got bought up by someone. I can't remember if it's still Movieco. But it's the one like you see right off the highway. And then, so basically the seats I have like an engine. They rotate, they shake. They're all on individual engines. And then up in Gurnee, I think it's a Marcus Theater. The Marcus Theater in Gurnee has 4DX, which it's a similar thing, but instead of having each chair having its own engine and rotating and shaking and all that stuff, they put 4 seats in a row together on like a platform, and then that is attached to an engine. So it makes the flying motion a bit more extreme, because then now when it tips, whoever's on the end of the rows of 4 or the sections of 4, you're really getting the most motion out of it. Whereas if you're more to the middle, you don't move as much, obviously. And then 4DX also has smells and sprays, so that took me by surprise when I was watching Rogue One. Yeah, I would never been there, sadly. Yeah, it's cool to check out. I used to go to the Movieco in Rosemont all the time before I started prioritizing IMAX. Because D-Box is actually, depending on the movie, can be amazing. Like, I think my favorite D-Box movie ever I've seen so far in terms of like how it utilized the moving chairs and moving seats, Big Hero 6 by far. Don't get me wrong, there were some other really good ones like Captain America, Winter Soldier was great. I'm trying to remember what were some other good ones there. I think my first one in D-Box was Thor: The Dark World. But hands down my favorite D-Box film so far, Big Hero 6. 4DX I haven't seen as often. I've seen Rogue One. I've seen Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Can't remember what else I've seen. At least 3 or 4 there. That's a further trip for me. Gurney's right by the border. So, all right, I think we're done in the Somnial. What do you have?
Ooh.
Nothing. Oh, it's because she's new. That's right. So we have a few other new people here. Or potentially new.
Listen.
You're not new.
I'm sorry.
Where's Citrine's all the way at the near the lookout. AMC Theater in Lake in the Hills has really nice recliner seats. Yeah, most theaters now are upgrading at least their seats. Some better than others, obviously, but.
Thank you.
Invite me. Formal balls. But yeah, so like, I mean, my thought process is like, you know, seats are cool and all, but I always want to experience more of the movie. So, for example, these days I'll often prioritize IMAX just because I see more picture. Prior to that, though, I used to kind of prioritize things like moving seats, like the motion seats, like whether it's D-Box or 40X, or surround sound. There's the Showplace Icon. It's just on the outside edge of Chicago. There's a Showplace Icon theater, and it has the best surround sound in the area, I think. Because it's Dolby Atmos. Alright, let's do chapter 8. What time is it? 11:42. How half the Blue Lions have more reasons to side with the Empire than with Dimitri. Kingdom's obsession with the proper knight cost Felix his brother and his relationship with his father. Sylvain and his brother trying to murder him repeatedly had most people not view him as a person, only way to obtain an easier life for them and their theoretical children, turning him into a bit more bitter and jaded person. That's where I went to see No Way Home. My brother... Wait, which one? Showplace Saigon? When my brother and sister-in-law, my girlfriend, my younger brother and sister, and my best friend. Showplace Icon? It's a really nice theater. If you ever go there, they have like, what was it? Bacon popcorn? I don't think I've tried it, but it sounds amazing. Damn, the lack of comments. I was trying to read, I was like, how do I read this? No, but like they have extremely overpriced concessions. But it's a newer theater, so I usually find it actually very clean. I haven't been there lately though, so I don't know if they've kept it up. Oh, AMC Lake in the Hills, gotcha. Okay, with their reclining seats. Took me a second to read it. Nah, I figured it out. All right, guys, we did the bridge chapter, which was actually very, very easy. But we need to progress in the story if we are going to get some Master Seals in the store, because we need more Master Seals. It's late, gotta go do stuff. Hope everyone's good. All right, guys, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow, guys, again, if you're coming tomorrow, Rival Domains, RD. Rival Domains Infantry, if you guys want to start thinking about a lead. And then we'll probably do some P4G in the afternoon. And then we'll do Rival Domains in the evening. Nice rating down run. Yes. Straight through in one day. All right, Brody Castle. This one should be easy, I think. When do we get the leaf ring? Is this it? Or is this Roy only? Because we do want the Olwen ring. Bum bum bum.
We're here. Brodia Castle.
It's very angular. Which makes sense.
I don't see any Aleutian soldiers. Thank goodness. The attack hasn't begun.
Wait, there's someone in front of the gate. He doesn't look like a guard.
Is it an enemy soldier? No, that's Diamant. He must have come out to greet us.
Dare you to try and speed run that in one day?
I've been waiting for you, Divine One. I greet you as the Crown Prince of Brodia. I'm Diamant.
That's a hell of an introduction, I will say.
I've heard so much about you. I'm honored to finally meet the legend in person.
It's a pleasure, Prince Diamant.
And Prince Alfred, welcome. Queen Ev's letter explained your situation. Thanks for coming all this way. It's good to see you.
Likewise. I'm sorry it took a war for us to meet again after all this time.
Oh, and Alchrist. Thanks for escorting our guests from the border. I know that's a rugged road.
It was nothing, really. I bear ill news, however. Aleutian forces attacked us at the Grand Crossing.
Is that right?
A battalion led by Princess Hortensia. We fought her off, but she said something troubling. The Crown Princess intends to assault Brodia Castle. If they're after our emblem ring, we may be on course for a dangerous confrontation.
We'll have to prepare our defenses. Thanks for the warning, Alchrist. Come. Father will want to hear about this.
Why do you all look so tense?
Father, you were supposed to be waiting inside.
Yes, I know. And I was. But then I had this feeling my boy Alchrist might be home. Seems my fatherly intuition was right, as usual. Welcome back, son.
Thank you, Father.
I wish you'd stop finding excuses to leave the castle. It's not safe out here.
Please, Diamant, not another lecture. Where's the harm in welcoming my dear boy back from his journey? Anyway, we'd best not argue in front of our guests.
Oh, it's all right.
Please, pardon my rudeness. Divine One, Prince Alfred, welcome. I am Morian, King of Brodia.
Good to meet you.
Likewise, I never imagined I'd meet the Divine Dragon. Indeed, such a special occasion
Justin, thank you
calls
for the
for a
raid.
welcoming
Welcome
duel.
in, everyone.
There's no time for that. We have an important matter to discuss. As Alchrist was escorting our guests from the border,
with you guys.
Illusion soldiers attacked them.
Oh, at least thank you for the.
It appears that the Crown Princess is planning an assault on Brodia Castle.
Already making their move, huh? Soldiers, go now! Shore up our defenses!
We were right with you guys. Thank you again for the raid.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well done getting that information, Alchrist.
Please. I don't deserve such kind words.
Humble as ever, son.
King Morian, excuse me, but I need your kingdom's aid.
You want our emblem ring, right? I knew you'd ask. That's why I brought it. Here, the ring of the young lion. Hey, Diamant, think fast.
Father, we're supposed to take care of the ring, not throw it around.
Ah, you're no fun.
Alfred,
Yes?
King Morian seems so nice. This is the man who's always invading Illusia? I thought he'd be more intimidating.
You're seeing Morian friend and family man. He's known to be a big-hearted guy. But in battle, the demon comes out. He's not someone you want as your enemy.
Ugh. Father can be such a handful sometimes. Divine One, I've got the ring for you.
Thank you.
What will you do with it?
I'm going to summon an emblem.
Hey, Raisins, welcome
Rise up.
in.
Emblem of Binding.
All right, now we got Roy finally.
I'm Roy. If you're summoning me, that can only mean war has begun.
There was a person in there?
How about that? All along, this emblem dwelt in our family's ring. And now you have released him. It seems divine is no exaggeration, huh?
Urgent news, Your Majesty. An illusion Wyvern Rider is approaching. It's dodging all our archers' attacks.
What?
She's here. Divine One, may I call upon Roy's help to defend the castle?
Of course.
I, Princess Ivy, speak for the Illusian throne. I will now take your lives, your souls, and the rings.
Hey, Justin.
I underestimated how far you could get into Brodian territory, Princess Ivy.
My soldiers are on the way. Now, I will give you a chance to surrender before they arrive.
Oh, I'm itching for that fight.
Father, go back to the castle.
What? Why?
If something happened to you, our country would be devastated. Please, leave this to us.
Right. Why should the king get a say in the matter? I'll do as you ask. But, Diamant, Alchrist, don't you dare get killed.
We won't.
Well, we'll try not to.
You must be the Divine Dragon.
That's right.
You really are as stunning as my sister said. I'm pleased to meet you. As is my ring.
But that's...
The ring of the Sage Lord. A gift from my father. With its power, I am sorry to say, I must kill you.
Gimme.
I won't let that happen. It's you who will fall, Princess Ivy.
You won't surrender then? In that case, my forces will prepare for battle.
As will ours.
I'll stop at nothing to get those rings back.
All right, but again, yeah, guys, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Justin. I appreciate that. Let me give some shout outs here real quick. If you guys are joining here for the first time, my name is Christian. I stream every day on this channel. This is day 1618 in a row. Mostly Fire Emblem on this channel, whether it's Engage, Three Houses, older Fire Emblem games, or even Heroes, which you can see down here. We're doing some legendary Yuri summons earlier. Unfortunately, did not get Yuri. We did get a Jill though. We an extra Jill. Got an extra Jill. Actually, let me give a few more shout outs here. Reasons I know streams as well. And you guys can give a follow there. And then how you doing in here? Welcome as well. All right. To what extent did you use Diamant in your other runs? Not very much. So part of the purpose of this particular run is I'm trying to use, or I'm planning to use more characters that I didn't really get to use much on my first few runs, just to kind of get to know the characters and the units better. But Diamant is one of those characters that, at least and especially on our initial run, they were great when we first got them, but they kind of really just kind of fell off. As far as like sword users, I think I mostly have been always focusing on Lapis has been like a crit machine for me, one of like 2 or 3 for me, and then Lear. Between those two, I think because this game has so few deployment slots, those two have usually been my primary sword users. Emblem of Seals, how you doing, Mutes? Justin, welcome in. Ivy, best girl, right. She's so elegant. Yeah, she's probably my favorite character in the game. But again, I am trying to get to know the other characters a bit more now, so that maybe, who knows, maybe some of the other ones will rise up the ranks a little bit. So for my language, but talk about a BA hero intro. Yeah, Diamant's intro and actually Ivy's intro is also really, really nice. I think those are really good introductions in the context of the game here. But yeah, guys, welcome in. How was your stream, Justin? We were doing some Engage earlier as well. By the way, if you guys are just joining us, again, I stream a lot of Fire Emblem. I have one of the biggest Fire Emblem collections in the world. I actually just bought a Russian copy of Radiant Dawn, because those are only going to get harder to find. But as some of you guys know, we do have a lot of Fire Emblem emotes. Let me show you guys what we got right now. There's a reason why I'm going to talk about this in a second here. But we have a lot of Fire Emblem emotes, as you can see. So these are the ones we have so far. We are commissioning 3 more. And right now I am trying to decide if we are going to commission 3 more like emotion/feeling type emotes. So you can kind of see the ones we have there. We have a wide variety of different type of reactions. I'm trying to decide, should we get 3 more that we don't already have, or should we commission 3 more holiday emotes? Because right now the only holiday emote we have is the Santa Hector, and we're thinking like, okay, well, if we want to rotate between holiday emotes, we can swap out for like a Halloween emote or a New Year's emote or Valentine's or St. Patrick's Day or even like 4th of July, because there's one obvious choice for 4th of July. So we could do something like that. So right now, I mean, we'll decide which characters we can use later on, but we'll decide first, do we want emotion/feeling/reaction type emotes, or do we want holiday emotes? That's really where I'm at, because we're only commissioning 3 at the moment. Stream was good, chapter 6 and Jean Paralog, so a little behind your run. Okay. Yeah, we've been. How has this run been going for you? Because I know you've been, doing maddening each time. I'm finding, and I think it's just because maybe I've gotten familiar with the game and I can know what to expect. But I feel like just maddening is just a little too easy in this game. So I don't know. Am I playing more cautious because I know where the dangers are? Am I playing more with a focused strategy and because I know what's going to happen? I don't know. But it just feels like maddening in this game is. I mean, I wish we had like a maddening plus or something. Elise Hart, welcome in. You like the lurking with there? Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate that. That's our 8 alert emote. It's been much easier the second time around, especially with the DLC items. Yeah. What are your favorite DLC emblems or items even? But like, I feel like there's 2 DLC emblems in particular that just kind of make the game, if you can get them like early, which they weren't that hard for me. Actually, I had a lot more difficulty with the DLC paralogs on my hard run, but again, it's probably just because it was my first time playing through it. You can always make a Maddening Plus with a good rule set. I guess I don't really do like different rule sets though. I just kind of go through like maybe I'll use different characters just to kind of get to know them more. But I just feel like at least in my case, having Tiki and the skills that she can give characters, and then Veronica. Although both of them are really good emblems, but just some skills in particular from those 2 just kind of make this game so much easier. Although I will say the what's it called? I'm blanking on what it's called now. From the 3 houses, like the Edelgard, Dimitri Claude emblem, very handy. So far, it hasn't even been the DLC emblems just yet, but just having the extra might from early silver weapons. Okay, I can get that. Yeah, I did refine some weapons as early as I could. I feel like Tiki already breaks the game, and then Veronica just takes that cake. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Even just having one of them makes it so much easier. No emblem is pretty tough. I will say, like, especially early on, like this is the, obviously you guys have gone through the game already. You guys know the part here. With this particular okay, so another thing too is I'm keeping in mind on this run is internal level. Like you can see a lot of these units are at level 10. I don't want to use them much until I can promote them. So that's why like I don't have the master seals at this point in the game, aside from the 2 we already got. And I think I used them on Chloe. Chloe is one that I actually didn't use a lot in my initial runs. And I hear everyone loves her. I mean, from what we've seen of her from like supports and everything, because we did use her, we just didn't use her as much as like some other characters. So I am trying to use her more in this particular run. And then we were strongly considering using another seal on our second one on Alir, just because they are the main character, and obviously we have to bring them on every map. But we opted for Anna. Now, right now, we promoted her to warrior. I just wanted to see if I can get her into a magic class ASAP, so we'll need a second seal for that. Knowing who to put emblems on and using them early, that's true. It creates stronger advantages, yeah. So yeah, I just feel like, again, yeah, it just feels easier now. Veronica's Reprisal is a really impactful build. Yeah. Vander Reprisal off to isn't Kuroi doing a Vander run right now? But yeah, so right now, like especially I don't have access to a lot of master seals. We've been kind of relying on Chloe since she's already promoted, so I don't have to worry about missing out on advanced growth rates there or anything like that. And I think yeah, Anna's our newly promoted unit. Levels are high for Chapter 8. Are they? Well, again, I'm keeping everyone at 10, so like I'm not using them. So what happened is I, like for example, I'm leaning on Chloe a lot, although now she's kind of eating up a lot of the experience more than I would hope. But yeah, she's basically eating up a lot of experience because I don't want to level up a lot of people past 10 and raise their internal level. Now, really, the only one that really matters for is Alir, but I want to keep everyone at 10 until I can promote them. Level 7 Wyvern's massive. Yeah, but again, she's basically, I'm using her like the Jagan, where she's already a promoted unit. We're just kind of relying on her too much. It's higher internal level than everyone until Tamara's squad. Yeah, so the story chapters aren't going to be too difficult for us. As long as we're not overwhelmed. So, DLC maps will do it. It's not even the DLC maps. We've only done... Hold on, how many? We've done at least... No, we did 3. We've done 3. We did Tiki, obviously. Then we did Veronica, and we just did Hector. So, we haven't done the other ones yet. But, yeah, even like the story maps, so we're just feeding everyone to Chloe. Like the bridge chapter, that was too easy. We just basically relied on Chloe and I think Yunaka for most of that. Yunaka's another one where I can basically, because she's a special class, so it doesn't really matter. So we've been using her a bit. And then for, yeah, so like this is actually kind of how I played the Game Boy Advance games. I almost always, and this was just me at the time because that's just the style I played. I don't do this strategy with like a lot of the games since then, but with the Game Boy Advance games, I always took my weakest units because I tried to level up everyone equally, which that was actually rather easy to do in the Game Boy Advance games because I was a kid, I had time, I didn't mind putting in the effort to arena abuse, so we did that. Here though, because it's mostly just because I don't want them to get too far past level 10. The cool thing, though, is because we very quickly got the Deirdre ring, we were able to use that with Fram and John to get them leveled up. Although, in hindsight, we didn't really need to go that hard, because now they're just kind of continuing to level up as we go, even just healing people. So we didn't need to use the chain guard thing. Let's see here. But yeah, we've been leaning heavily on Chloe for now. And we'll probably do the same thing here until we can start getting those Master Seals in the shop. I believe, where's that list? Does anyone remember if we get that after chapter 8 or 9 offhand? Let's see here. Too many tabs. Yeah, I just need more Master Seals, that's all. Engage. Yeah, we'll start getting Master Seals in the shop after Chapter 8. After this chapter, we'll get one more. So, that's the goal. Alright, who we taking? Let's see. Yeah, and because I'm trying to not level anyone past 10, this is forcing us to use Boucheron. Which, this is the first time I've literally used them this much. And Vander, actually. All Chris is a maybe, although as an archer we might want to take him for this map. Etier 2. But they're both at 10. These guys come at 10. Citrine's one I want to use a bit more because I haven't used her as much as I would like to in previous runs, so we're going to try to use her more. But yeah, going back to the emo question, guys, did you guys have an opinion there? Because again, I can't decide. We're only commissioning 3 at the moment because Zora wants to keep. She's got a lot on her plate right now, so she wants to keep the workload low, but she does need a little bit of income. So, what do you guys think? Would you guys like to see more kind of like emotion / feeling / reaction type emotes? I think a lot of people have been asking for a cry emotes, among other things. Or do we want to lean more towards 3 holiday emotes? Because by the time these are done, it'll probably be like late summer, I'm guessing, if not beyond that. And then, so we would have them in time for things like Halloween or New Year's or Valentine's Day. So, I think the 4th of July one might be a bit of a stretch to expect in time for like a 4th of July in America emote or something like that. I don't know. I think Chloe could just walk into the enemy and kill everything at this point. Yes, as long as she doesn't get overwhelmed. Yeah, she's generally able to kind of... And she has high avoidance too, so... Actually, part of this too is I saw a really good build on a relay battle that I'm kind of trying to emulate here. So we're going for that avoid plus 20 at some point here. And then... I'll probably give her the... Was it speed res from... I think it's Camilla, right? Yeah, 20 strength and 22 speed is like just kill everyone. Yeah, no, she's very solid for us as long as she doesn't get overwhelmed. as much as I do like the chain attack thing, I just feel like, you know, you can do all this to, you know, give your units the, you know, certain skills, certain weapons, high avoidance, yada yada yada. And while the primary attacker against your units, like the primary foe, might get like a 0% hit rate, it's the chain attacks that kill you, and I find that very annoying. So that's just, I just have to look out for that. That's all. Yeah, we don't have physics saves yet, so it's just something to keep in mind. All right, I need to take 2 more units, and I'm pretty sure I know who I'm gonna take. Actually, since a lot of you guys have played through this game several times now, what are your thoughts on, like, if there was something that you could either bring back from previous games in terms of like quality of life stuff, for example, because this game does change a lot, or is there, like, if there's something that you would bring back, or is there something that you would change? Just because I have been asked for some let's just say thoughts on this game by some people. That's all I can say. What are your guys' thoughts? Because I do like some of the changes, I dislike some others. I mean, that's the case with any game, but would change nothing about the game? Really? What are your favorite changes about the game? Let me check one thing real quick here. Okay. Oops, no. Alright, between these two, let's take all Chris because he's not as far into level 10. I don't have a healer yet, do I? Jean, you're in. Alright. Game is excellent. 10 of 10. Probably my 5th or 6th favorite Fire Emblem game. For me, it's above average. It's definitely in the top half. But for example, like, I know there are differing opinions, but I know I'm not as big a fan of, like, no weapon durability. I mean, I get it for things like legendary weapons, but I've always been a fan of the you know, the resource management involved with weapon durability, for example. I did like one of the things they added in the Three Houses that's not in this game, except for in the case of one emblem, combat arts. Because the cool thing with weapon durability in Three Houses is that you could sacrifice some weapon durability for either a little bit more power, or in the case of like archers, a little bit more range. I thought that was a little nice touch there, and I do miss that in this game. Would also add Phoenix mode again. Interesting. Did you use Phoenix mode a lot in previous games? I've never really used that. I mean, to be fair, I'm one of those that's like, you know, I started on the Game Boy Advance games, and even though I don't have a problem with people playing in like casual mode, for example, for me, it doesn't feel right, so I never do play casual mode. So that's just me. Make forging an option from preparations, and make the in-game controls not insanely slow. Yeah, I could see that. That's the new mechanic I would put in, and the mechanic I would return in. Okay. Add the ability to raise difficulty mid-playthrough. Okay. Would you want the ability to constantly change the difficulty, like in like Persona, for example, where you can constantly change it back and forth, or would you want it where like you can raise the difficulty and it stays there, or what are you thinking? Engage attacks seem pretty analogous to the Three Houses combat arts. I mean, I can see some parallels, but I wouldn't. I still feel like that's an apple to oranges thing, especially since, yeah, it is a time thing, but again, it is still a resource management, so I can see some parallels in that. Yeah, ability to change difficulty at any time in Somnial. Okay, interesting. Raise or lower it as much as you want, as long as you're not literally right in the middle of the map. Okay. I also don't get why you can't change between casual and classic mid playthrough. I mean, okay, so what would you expect happens then if you're playing? And again, I'm just asking this because I'm wondering how you see this being implemented. Like, let's say you're playing casual or sorry, playing classic, you lose someone. Later on, you switch to casual. Do you expect to get them back, or is that just from that point forward until you change it again? It would revive them. Okay. I think this was an option in Fates. I don't think that was, actually. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I played Fates. The last time I was playing Fates, actually, aside from this past week. Oh, which... Does anyone have Japanese Fates with the Japanese 3DS? Because I have one remaining code before... I think the 3rd is the last day you can use it to get Minerva in Fates. It was a Cypher exclusive code. So if you bought the trading card set, the box, the booster box, you got a code for Minerva in Fates, but it's only for the Japanese one. Let's see, don't revive from that point forward. Okay. Yeah, see, like, again, yeah, differing implementations there. You could downgrade the difficulty, but you couldn't increase it. Yeah, that's been a thing. That has been a thing. But you couldn't change between casual and classic, I don't think. Guess there are logistical reasons to not let you do that. I mean, I could see it being done as long as it was consistent. But yeah, the biggest kind of thing that sticks out for me is like, how would you handle units that were lost in classic as you switch to casual? Could go down to casual or down to Phoenix and Fates. Oh, you could. Okay, but you could not go up. Gotcha. Okay. Then how did that work in that regard then? Do you remember how, like, if you lost the character and went down to casual, did that revive them or no? I think I'm going to start my hard and casual play. Ooh, oh, moving up. Normal and classic is starting to get too easy. Okay. Yeah, the roll is kind of building up. Did not revive them. Okay. See, if that were implemented, that's how I would assume it would be done. So apparently it sounds like that was done in Fates. Yeah, I never used that myself, so I don't remember that being the case. But yeah, that's how I would assume something like that would be implemented if it were done. All right, that's the team we're going to take in. Let me see where we're going to put them first here. Chloe in front. Let's see here. Let's have her go toward the right side first. We'll hold down the fort in the meantime over here. Diamant's already at level 11. We are expecting a couple other units in a bit. Let's see. Yeah, Anna's promoted now too, so we can actually use her. Actually, let's put her on this side. Get all Chris to that center Ballista there. Nako, we can let her enter in the fray. The other guys are just here to kind of take up space. Jean, hopefully we won't use them too much there. How are we doing on supplies? Emblem rings, I'll take a look at those in a second. It seems like a really simple implementation with difficulty you're playing on when they hit 0 HP. That's what determines what happens to them. I don't think more in terms of like from a technical standpoint, yes, it could, it could be implemented that way. It's just more kind of making it make sense. Does that, if that makes sense in itself, in the context of the game and of the story, in terms of like classic and casual and stuff like that. Makes sense to you? Okay. I will pass that along then. Let's see. Yeah, let's keep using clan for now. Need more master seals. If someone hits 0 HP while you're playing on classic, they're dead. Don't trust straight classic yet for hard. Okay, no, that's fair. So I'm just thinking about this whole like classic and casual, like what happens when they die. Because like if you're switching back to yeah, well I guess for non-story characters or like non-lords, I guess it's a pretty easy implementation then. And even for lords anyway, it's like, okay, they're not dying, they're just like sidelined. That's always been a thing. Or not like the main lord, but you know what I mean, like royals and stuff like that, story-based characters. All right, I think we're okay on. I don't care how the mechanic and see that. Yeah, that's the thing though. The story is the big thing for me in Fire Emblem games. I think that's why I love the series as much as I do. By the way, speaking of, yeah. So if you guys haven't seen, this is my collection at the moment. All these boxes, Fire Emblem. If you guys haven't seen that picture, actually, let me show you guys real quick here. So this, oh, not that picture. Wrong screen. There we go. So, oh, where is the picture? There we go. This picture was from January 2018. That was my Fire Emblem collection back then. This entire picture was before 3 Houses came out, and everything you see here fit into 7 boxes, 7 storage boxes. Whereas now, this is over 50 storage boxes. So I'm hoping to take an updated photo at some point soon. I as a teacher, I do have access to some gymnasiums that are big. So we're hoping to take pictures, or I'm hoping to take pictures there, but I'm just waiting for a few items. But I did order some items recently to add to the collection, including a Russian copy of Radiant Dawn, since I feel like the Russian copies are only going to get harder and harder to find as we go forward, for obvious reasons. And then they just announced, did you guys see this? Did anyone see this? Like literally less than 24 hours ago, literally 10 minutes after I got a notification that my payday check got deposited into my bank account. Let me see here. I'll just drag this onto the screen. They announced new merch. Ta-da! Oop, too big. All from Engage, and I have been waiting for pre-orders to go up for basically the past day. I'll just put it like that. So, is there anything here that you guys think is appealing? There's this book here. It looks like it's a sketchbook of some kind. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I didn't find out what it meant even until like last night. The top row, those are acrylic charms. So those are acrylic charms. The ones in the middle right, those are bag charms. So you can tie those to your, your bag, your purse, or your backpack, whatever. The bottom left, those are embroidered patch stickers. So they're embroidered patches, but they're stickers that you can stick on the things rather than having to sew them into something. And then the bottom right there, that is a tumbler, so a drink tumbler. You can see the charms and patches are basically one for each nation of Elyos. So we got Lethos, we got Firene, Ambrodia, etc., etc., and then even Gradlon, and then the drinking tumbler is Lethos. So, waiting for those pre-orders to go live. Actually, let me check Ami one more time real quick, because last I checked, I couldn't even search for Fire Emblem on here. Alright, refresh and search Fire Emblem. There we go. I don't think they're up yet. Nope, not up yet. So I will keep checking. Alright, let's keep going here. I think we're good on items, because I don't have to worry about items being used up. Where's my longbow? Who's got my longbow? Oh, did I give it to Anna? I can give that to Alchrist. Well, no, because Alchrist is already level 10. I actually don't want to use him as much as possible. Alright, so we're going to rely on Chloe, Yunaka, and Anna. And to a lesser extent, Clan Bouchon and Vander. And then only if needed, Alchrist and Jean. Alright, Jean, I need you to take the Deirdre ring. Although, again, yeah, I don't really need that right now. I actually don't want him to level. Lapis has the Tiki ring at the moment. Who does not have Star Spear? So those four do. Let's give it to... Long term, the only one well, okay. I really, if I want to be sticking to the whole thing of using characters I haven't really used much, I'm probably gonna want to use these guys more.
Tiki.
Leave it to me.
All right. Alright. Also do one more thing here. Because now I am lurking in my own stream. Because I was over in Justin's stream earlier too. Let's see, I'm lurking in mech apps as well and catch ups. Oh, Croy's on. Let's go there. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Let's go. Let's see how this goes here.
Finally, Horsey, you stopped! Where were you taking me? Huh? Wait, is this the castle? Is that Prince Diamant?
Amber?
What are Illusion soldiers doing here?
They've attacked us. Say, Amber, weren't you out fighting beasts?
I was, but then Horsey got spooked and wouldn't listen to me. I kept getting tossed around on its back, and next thing I know, here I am.
I'll never understand how you end up in these strange situations.
Amber,
but
yes.
This time, it works in our favor. I was just wishing you were here.
Maybe Horsey sensed this danger. That's so clever of you.
Ready to defend the castle together?
I was born ready.
Alright. Amber's in.
If our enemies reach the gate, the castle will be theirs. We can't allow that to happen.
Alright, so... quick overview here. Okay.
What a lovely scene.
Honestly, you could probably handle them, but let's...
Yes!
Okay. Who's got Micaiah? You've got Micaiah. Okay.
You got it.
Well, speaking of the music, actually, as I'm singing along to this, have you guys seen the CD that came out? I should do this here. I'll show you guys here. So the Fire Emblem Engage Special Vocal Edition, CD plus Blu-ray. This came out a week and a half ago. So we actually have 3 copies over here. I don't know if you can see them on the top of this little stack here. So this came out, again, CD plus Blu-ray of the opening theme and the ending theme, as well as the actual video that plays during those segments.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we should be fine splitting up, but let's actually... Chloe can handle herself, so we'll have her go there. We're gonna wait, not gonna use that just yet.
What's next?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have him give Anna a revival bead. Probably needs it more than Chloe for now, but I do want Anna to kind of level up a bit here. Alright, and you guys kind of just sticking around in the meantime.
As your steward.
Clan, you can actually help.
Sounds perfect.
All right.
Together we will defend the castle.
You got it.
Alright, bring it.
We will not relent until the castle is ours.
Time is 12:30. We'll try and finish this map today.
If these enemies all come at once, our defenses won't hold.
Our castle has a ballista. We can use that to pick them off.
Alright. Check quick here. Iron Axe. Mage I can handle. Iron Axe. I'm gonna try to come in as a new member for my April Fool's joke, but I couldn't come up with anything. Oh yeah, it's April Fool's already, huh? What are some of you guys' best April Fool's jokes? Back when I was editor-in-chief for a gaming news website, one of the things we did, actually we had some pretty good April Fool's jokes. And some of them were picked up by some of the bigger sites as well, or at least bigger relevant sites. So for example, like one year we convinced, I did this thing all the time where we had like a convincing press release. So one of the things I did was we announced the Partridge Family Rock Band. This is back when they were doing like Beatles Rock Band, Green Day Rock Band. So we're like, all right, they're announcing the Partridge Family Rock Band. Press release and everything. And we even had the press release, we included like, you know, fake quotes from, you know, Danny Bonaducci and all that stuff. And the funny thing is, Danny Bonaducci's website, I don't, I doubt it was actually him. I'm sure it was like someone on his team or whatever. They reposted the article that we posted, saying, "Oh, this is coming." I don't know if they knew that. I mean, obviously, they could probably confirm with him. Oh, is this a thing? Is this a thing? So I'm assuming they were just kind of playing along. Let's see if we can get this without dying here. We have to worry about this guy. Let's take him down. April Fools, one shot I did for D&D. Yeah, I did the Partridge Family Rock Band, and then another one is Pokemon Opal? Yeah, Opal. And a lot of people picked up on that one because it was like we were a gaming site that was a Pokemon related thing. Also, we did a lot of Nintendo coverage. Let's see here. Because I don't want to put him in range of the Pegasus over there. Oh, really? Anna.
A slight setback.
Let's see, if I were to hit this archer. No, how would that? I kill it. Okay, probably kill it. With these Fates RNG rates, guys.
Any customers?
What changed? What did I do differently here? Streaming tomorrow, and for my April Fool's joke is that I always speedrun some weird game. What are you speedrunning? Are you gonna tell me, or is this a secret? Do you have the original Fire Emblem on Switch from the anniversary? Gonna take a try at Secret Agent Barbie for the GBA. Oh, nice. That's a pretty good one then. Oh man, I don't have a lot of I mean, I'm just trying to think of some games that are just, you look through my game collection, and you're like, oh yeah, that I understand that he would have this. This is a weird one that sticks out. Trying to think of any that I might have like that. I know I did get a few from back again when I was a game reviewer. Disney Interactive Studios, back when they were a thing, they used to send me some Disney themed, Disney licensed games. I think I'm trying to remember which ones they were. Might have gotten a Wizards of Waverly Place one, maybe a Hannah Montana one, or High School Musical one. Don't get me wrong, I love those shows, but the licensed games were always not great. Definitely the best Barbie game of all time. It's a ton of fun. Maybe the last time you had Reprisal and oh. Okay. Let's see here. Didn't remember how much I was doing. That probably was it. So now that puts us in a bit of a pickle. Okay. Let's see. That's probably it now. She doesn't have a lot of defense either here. How much is she gonna do? Should be okay. Okay, let's take out this guy first if we can here. Let's see if we can do so while protecting. Protecting clan. Tried playing the PC remaster for Golden, but couldn't finish it because of how annoying the lag during the anime cutscenes were. Oh, okay. I'm picking up on Switch. That's what I'm doing. We're tomorrow, guys. We're gonna be playing more Persona 4 Golden. I forget where we are in that game, but I think we're starting to move toward that next dungeon. Okay. Shoot. Do it on Switch. It's the main reason why I got the Switch. Okay. Be ready for that guy.
Emblem!
Anyone got any plans for the weekend here? This is the end of my spring break, actually. Rip.
I'm ready.
Actually, let's just leave him in range of Chloe. Just let Chloe solo that entire side. Like that. Wow. Oh no. It's fine. Just hit him all with javelins. Let's actually hit this mage with a javelin first. It's not gonna hit us. Do need to give her cancer at some points. Let's see here. Let's take out this guy. Have someone else take out them.
Won't give up.
Alright, how much are we dealing with here? Because if I move you now, those guys are exposed. Alright, yeah, Chloe with a javelin is not going to hit as hard, but she can now hit ranged units. She's definitely going to be able to counter this Pegasus here. That's okay. Well, yeah, I should probably have attacked him first, because he can potentially break me. Oh, they're moving. The retainers are moving.
Is it go time?
Kill him with the javelin. Let's see what I want to do here. Not bite off more than we can chew. That's not the smart thing. Okay. Just have him attack, and then we can use the emblem thing to replenish. Get some more divine blessings here. Crit works too. That works. I'll take it.
I refuse to cry.
Oh my god. 67%. You do not have a hand axe. All right. John should be fine, right? Oh wait, who can reach me here? Gold, wait, not Gold, Kagetsu, that's right. Jesus. Okay. Why did you? You know what? Let's go back and change the RNG. Let's see, Anna. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I could have taken out Zelkov right away. Before. Is anyone else attacking with a ranged weapon? Just Zelkov? Actually, if we take you out, Chloe can take out this guy with a javelin. I can take out this guy with... Yeah, let's do that. I'm not going to rely on Anna landing a hit. I can only focus on healing Anna for now. And stay out of Kagetsu's range too. I really need to give her cancer at some point. Alright. You're up. Easy peasy. Let's get you over here to heal you up. Hopefully not all the way. That's fine. Put you there, that way everyone goes towards Chloe. At least on that side. Who's down here? It's almost one. Dang it. Now we're in trouble.
Leave
we're
now, or
broken.
my duty demands you be destroyed. Nothing personal.
Okay, good. That could have killed us because we would have done perfect damage there. So I do need to heal up at some point here. You are just going to replenish here. How many more? We got 2. We got a few archers left. That would be ideal for. I do need to heal you up. What do we got?
A slight setback.
I've got to hang on.
Ooh, okay.
My name is Kagetsu. Pleased to meet you. If only it were under friendlier circumstances.
Don't worry about this guy too much, but...
Emblem.
It's the hit right here. 77%, but they actually don't do a lot of damage to me, so we'll be fine.
I am defeated. I must retreat.
That's a pretty good one. Let's see here. Chloe should be okay. Guess I don't want to use this yet. I have 2 left. My guess is they'll go for a Lear and Chloe here. Get him. Bye, dude.
How unfortunate. I must return to Princess Ivy.
Oh, what do you know? Okay.
Such tenacity.
Yeah.
Right. I'll step in. With this ring, nothing and no one will take me down.
Does anyone else miss altitude advantage? If they didn't Battalion schemes. That is 11 sword, and I missed. Cool.
I'm getting hungry.
I draw.
It's okay, we can take that hit. Can I, like, not quite kill you? Yes. Chain guard. There's no one there. Alright. We'll be fine on both sides, I think. I don't need to shoot this right now. Hopefully we can take out some of these guys before we have to take out Ivy, but it looks like Ivy's pretty close already. Probably should avoid most of them. Here's hoping. Okay. This side. Please hit. Thank you. Actually, hold on. Just to give it to someone. Give Chloe a bit more time. Hey, Embryami, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day or night in stream. Somebody to check this game. Did you? You said you were gonna pick it up, or you picked it up but just haven't gotten to it yet. Give this guy miss. He is dead. Maybe give you a shout out. Oh, they're not even coming for me. They're just trying to get to the gate. Boom. There we go, guys. If you haven't done so, make sure you give Embryami a follow. Alright, so yeah, our goal was really just to defeat Ivy. Can we take out more of these enemies for the experience, though? Oh no, look at all this we're missing out on. Should have pushed more. That's okay. Alright. Oh, she's too close. I can't shoot her with the arrow. No. Actually, let me see. Yeah, she doesn't kill me. I probably could have done that last turn, and then she comes up to me and attacks. Should I? Already got the game in DLC, but I haven't. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Are you? And you're gonna be streaming that or no? Because I do look forward to seeing that if you are. Let's take down. Oh, we can take down this mage pretty easily here. Although now Boostrom's in range of more enemies later. Of course, a crit on the second one. Why wouldn't it be a crit on the first one? Are you playing the DLC or story mode? Right now, we're playing a story chapter. We'll probably go back and forth between the DLC from time to time here. Forgot I had a regular iron bow. We'll be streaming this game soon, along with completing the last route in 3 Hopes. Nice. I still need to complete Golden Wildfire. Yeah, I still have to finish 3 Hopes. Uh-oh. I don't think that's going to do it. Oh, it does. Okay. Right, that side's taken care of. Oh, that sucks. 62%. Alright, we'll take that. Oh no. No. Alright, we gotta start working on Ivy. That's it? Jesus. Now I wish I had a longbow. You know what? I am gonna go back and hit Alchris, or use Alchris to hit Ivy. Yeah, instead of waiting. Let's see. In your honest opinion, do you think they'll still have DLC for 3 Hopes? Honestly, probably not, because they already released the soundtrack, the complete soundtrack, and there's nothing new on there for any potential DLC. Oof, killer axe. She gonna kill Alchris.
With this emblem's strength and my own, there will be no defeating me.
Well, here, let's see. I don't get any defensive out of that. Okay, well. Yeah, I don't think we'll get any, Remember your friend mentioned about the new legendary hero version of Yuri and Faye? Were you able to unlock him? We weren't able to summon him, but yeah, he is available now. You can see here. This is the new legendary Yuri on the bottom of the screen there. So he is available in Faye now as a summonable character. And you can see this banner will be here for about 2 weeks, so we'll have more chances if we want to try and get him. But honestly, I'm probably gonna save orbs at this point. Yeah, we did a summon on this one earlier, and unfortunately didn't get him. We did on another banner get an extra Jill and an extra Summer Lynn, actually. Alright, as long as Alcris doesn't die here. Get him. But yeah, no DLC for 3 Hopes anymore. Did that guy hit me before? That's not good. Okay, good, no crit. Thank goodness. But we still have to take her down. Good. Alright, let's still use you guys over here. I think I have enough firepower. Really? Dude, come on.
I'm the worst.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Wait, did she lose her thing? That's not good. Just need to get him out of the way. I guess that can work. Alright, so before we kill Ivy, let's see what we can do here. Ember, you haven't played Fae, right? Or you don't play Fae, right? Actually, we don't need experience for you right now. What I want to do... Let's see, can you at least get a hit in somewhere? Can. Oh, you don't need it either. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Sorry, my computer froze. What was the question? I was asking if you play Fae or have played Fae in any capacity. Alright, Clan can get that kill. Alcris is a backup. So we're gonna do with Yunaka. Engage.
What changed?
And we're gonna great sacrifice everyone. Get that SP.
No. The ring.
The ring. Yeah, I was just wondering, Ember, if you play Fae or have played Fae. And MVP is Chloe. What a surprise! Still play Fae, and I'm trying to summon Yuri, but haven't had any luck so far. How many summons are you in so far?
We recovered the ring, but the emblem is tainted with Fell Dragon energy. I'll have to summon him again myself.
Free us! Emblem of genealogy!
I am Leaf. Thank you for letting me swing a sword with these arms again. I will do what I can to retrieve that which has been stolen.
Thank you, Leaf.
We can get the Olin ring now, guys.
How could I have failed?
It's over, Princess Ivy. Surrender.
I will not. There is more for me to do.
Why didn't we just apprehend her?
No!
He's gone.
Your Highness, urgent news from the border.
What is it?
An Elusian battalion stands at the ready. King Hyacinth is acting as general. He's leading their army himself.
What?
Yes. And he is demanding to see King Morian.
I must face him. Anything less would bring dishonor to Brodia.
Father, he's baiting you. This may be a trap of some kind. Go back inside.
Ha! I can fight my way out of whatever trap he springs.
I urge you to reconsider.
Listen, who's the father and who's the son here? Stop trying to protect me. Son, this has been happening a lot lately. What's it all about? Are you worried Brodia might lose this war? Or lose its king?
We're not ready for any of this. Brodia to lose its king. Or me, my father.
Diamant.
From a young age, I was told I would lead Brodia after you died. Imagine, a boy forced to anticipate his father's death. To think of that empty throne. The Fell Dragon has returned. War is here. The future is uncertain. And I'm not ready.
It's all right, Diamant. If I die, I die. Brodia will live on.
But, Father...
What? You don't believe me? After I'm gone, I know you will lead with a steady hand. Though, I'm offended you expect that day to come so soon. You think I'm gonna lose, huh? You think I'm weak? That I need your protection? Oh, the hubris of youth.
That's not what I meant.
King Hyacinth awaits me on the field of war, his army at the ready. If Brodia hides, then what? After years locked in battle with Elusia, will we reveal ourselves as cowards? Listen to me, Diamant. I will fight bravely for Brodia. I do not fear death. Being known as a king who runs from battle, that scares me far more. What do you think about this, Alchrist?
Me?
If I die, and Diamant alongside me, you will take the throne.
Father, don't say that.
I will not let that pass. I will protect Diamant to the bitter end.
Alchrist.
Haha, that's my boy! Diamant, you could learn a thing or two from your brother. Fear has no place in my kingdom. If we step into fear, then we step out of Brodia. Now then, to the border!
It seems I can't dissuade you from this path. All I can do is walk it with you. Come on, everyone. Let's show Elusia why we're called the Kingdom of Might.
Haha, that's it. This won't be the last time I see the castle. And when I'm back, a tournament with our strongest warriors. That means you, Divine One.
Me?
Yes, I want to see you transform into a mighty dragon. Whoosh! Roar!
Oh, okay.
What's the matter?
Nothing. You're right. I could turn into a dragon.
I'm looking forward to that.
I'd like to spar with you too, Divine One, after Father gets his chance. But that's for later. Now, we should prepare for our journey to the border.
Indeed.
This talk of turning into a dragon. Mother could. Can I? I have no idea if I can. Or how.
Alright. Let's see. Ember says, I feel bad that I was nervous getting this game at first. I do love the graphics in this game, and I like how there's voice acting in this game. Yeah, they've had voice acting in Fire Emblem consistently now since Echoes. Like, it's fully voice acted. They had bits and pieces in Awakening and, in Fates. But yeah, they went fully voice acted after that, so I don't think that's a concern anymore going forward. Yeah, visually the game looks great. It's very polished, I will say. A lot of especially the attack animations and crit animations are really good. Kind of reminds me of what they wanted to do with the 3DS games, but obviously the hardware limitations of that, and they could only do so much. But it reminds me, and this is what they were going for actually. If you took the Game Boy Advance animations, which were very kind of elaborately designed, like attack animations and crit animations, things like that. If you took that and made that 3D, I feel like that's what they were able to achieve with this game. Dun, dun. But yeah, I'm glad you got the game. I currently have almost 30 copies of this game. I'm probably gonna do some giveaways. I don't need that many. I need like 20 of them, but not like 30 of them. All right, let's go get some bond fragments. 7 on the ground. Yep.
Hey!
Hey, I'm Amber.
Yes.
Bond fragments from clan.
Yes.
Oh, you don't have anything. Nothing there.
Indeed.
Thanks, Lapis.
No.
Divine.
Yes.
Alright. Get these items here. Iron ingots, wheat flour, beans. Beans. Anyone ever watch Even Stevens?
That's right.
Thank goodness the castle's safe.
Hard. Yes.
Wait. Oh. Vander. Forgot to ask you, were you able to get your games on the 3DS before the shutdown of the store? I didn't really need to get all that much. I had all the games I wanted already. Including my Fire Emblem stuff, both digitally and physically. But one of the things I did need to get before it ended. So there's a Fire Emblem trading card game called Fire Emblem Cypher, long ended and discontinued. But there were some codes that came with some of the booster packs and starter decks.
Yes.
That were exclusive to Fire Emblem Cypher that I had, but I had yet to redeem them. So I had to make sure I got those.
That's right.
Redeemed right away.
Yes.
Before the closure. So yes, I did successfully redeem all 7 before they closed. Actually, the redemption of codes on the 3DS and Wii U was extended to this coming Monday because apparently they ended early on this past Monday. Like it was supposed to end at the end of the day, Monday Western time, or early Tuesday if you were Japan time. But they ended like, I want to say like 24 hours early or something like that. So to compensate, they're letting codes be redeemed for another week. But you can't buy anything else anymore with any money or credits. But codes can still be redeemed. All right, back to the sawmill. What time is it? 1:21. Yeah, we'll probably end soon because I got to finish my.
We'll return soon. I leave Brodia Castle in the Royal Guard's capable hands.
Yes, Your Majesty.
You can count on us. Done a fine job protecting it all these years, haven't we? We won't start slacking off just because you're not around.
Excellent. And when we return, you'll be treated to a victory feast.
Looking forward to it. See you soon, Your Majesty.
Strong of body.
Strong of heart.
All right, time to head out.
Here we go.
They're wrapping up their goodbyes.
Yes. On to the border.
Was there anything in particular you were looking to get there, Amber? It's good to hear you were able to redeem them. Sadly, I haven't collected the cards, but I love the artwork on the Fire Emblem Cypher cards. Wish we had new Fire Emblem anime with that type of artwork. Yeah, there were some really good artwork pieces on the or examples on the Cypher cards. I don't know about a new anime though. Like I don't know, like what would they make it of? Like I kind of want them. Like the first one was only 2 episodes, and they were telling the story of the original Fire Emblem games, like Shadow Dragon, for example. Oh, hey, we can fish now.
Oh.
Hang on. Let's go check around and get all the items first. Horse manure. We already scanned Amiibo for today. Nuts. Alright, and then back. I don't remember setting those. Kind of wanted to keep it whatever it was before. Alright, Citrine Yunaka. I think I got the games I needed and the DLC, including the Fire Emblem games. Still need to complete Fire Emblem Echoes and still need to check out Fates. Okay. Oh, you haven't played Fates at all? Oh, you were in for a lot of gameplay there. Let's see here. Yeah, let's focus on characters that we haven't used a lot previously. Alchrist, Impushran maybe, or Lapis, Fram. Hey, Boshak, welcome in. Let's see. Oh, sure. Nice. And Lapis and Alchrist. Sure. Good. Got the conversations. Big pay-per-view this weekend. I got Spring Kagero on my... Oh, congrats. We were going for Spring Kagero on one of my accounts, I think. I think we... I can't remember who we got, actually. I think it was Klein. Oh, yeah, we should have the Master Seals now. Let's buy them.
I thank you.
And
I
all
thank
the
you.
second seals.
I thank you. I thank you. Do come again.
Let's go check the well and the arena. How'd the Legendary Yuri pulls go? We didn't get them, unfortunately, on any account. Let's see. Let's check the well, see what we got. Hey, Kuma's playing Animal Crossing. Scroll Cake, Tiramistorm, and Novice Book. Okay. Trying to see how much these do here. We're never gonna use Surge. That's a 2-star already. Anything? Any other good summons, Bowshock? Do a meal and oh yeah, we gotta check some steel ingots, silver ingots, steel, eggs and milk.
Right.
Okay. I gotta answer because I gotta finish AR in Faye.
Oh!
Pretty Pebble. Okay, let's head back down to Sami. Well, there's Sami, but his shrine. Make sure he's well fed. Okay. And then, by the way, on Faye, how do you gain more lift in Aether? I think I currently have 9,000 lift, but I keep on losing to teams I have to duel. Well, basically you gain more by beating them, but so I mean, I haven't seen your team. If you want to, are you in our Discord, by the way? Feel free to, because we have obviously a lot of Fire Emblem fans in our Discord. And they're always happy to help with answering questions on how to get better at AR, for example. But like, for example, on my teams here, right now it's Chaos season, so it's kind of like anything goes. But if you look at some other teams, hey Crazy Cycle, welcome in. How have you been? What you been up to these days? We're playing some Engage right now, although we're getting close to wrapping up for the night. I was just explaining to Ember about some face stuff. Forgot to join, I'll join now. There you go, yeah. So you can feel free to ask for things like, you know, help in building your units to be better, or strategies for Aether raids. Like, for example, here, like right now, these are my Chaos Season teams. But if I go to, like, my, let's see here. Yeah, these are my Anima Season teams, or sorry, Astra Season teams. You can see all of them have matching blessings. These are all Astra blessed. And you can see here that this team, when they go into the battlefield, they get a lift of about 195, which is actually pretty decent. Whereas a team that's not properly blessed, let's see here. Yeah, you can see here, like, some of these teams only do 180 because they don't have the bonus mythic. They don't have you know, properly blessed units. And then if you have the mythic units that have the right blessing, you want to have them. You want to give them right merges and things like that. Or sorry, not right, more merges, because that contributes to your points total. And then as you're beating the maps, you want to try and keep everyone alive so you don't lose lifts points, stuff like that. Also got the new Big Joltik plush that came out. Oh, nice. I think the only Pokemon plush I have is from the 20th anniversary sets. It's a Meloetta plush because Meloetta is by far my favorite Pokemon. Although I did see today, I think they showed off the new, was it Snorlax and Togepi? That you can, it's like the big, like, squishable plushies. And Chapter 15 in Engage. Oh, nice. First playthrough, or because I'm on, we've already beaten the game, but we're playing through on. This is a female layer maddening run now. And then we're just kind of going through, mostly trying to use units that we didn't use previously, just to kind of get to know the characters better. Yeah, for example, here, I'll do a quick AR battle on my account right now, because I have to do it anyway before reset here in 27 minutes. That way you can kind of see what goes on here with my teams. Is this the team I used? That one or this one? Let's take this one. Let's see how we do in this one. I don't know if you guys can see it all that well, but ooh, we got Fomortis and Edelgard. This Ursula. Oh, Nina. Okay. Shoot. This is not a great opponent. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. We only have a couple ladders left. I think 2 or 3. 3. Let's put you there. Let's see, have you played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Yes, we streamed that back, I think, in November. I have Scarlet and I love the new Fido Pokemon. Oh yeah, that's a nice one. I can't remember who are my favorites from that one. Hang on. Bum, bum, bum. Let's actually put you here so that you're not in range of... Oh, hold on. You wouldn't be in range of these guys anyway. You're actually safer there. Uh-oh. Hang on, I want to try and figure out the best way to go about this here. Let's lure them to me. Oh, that hurt a lot. Yeah, let's run on 4. And reposition you here. And hide. Oops. Hang on. Let's see here. I got Sfeel and Joltik merch when I can. They're my they're your favorites? Yeah. Mine are probably Meloetta and probably... Ooh, if I had to pick a second favorite. I mean, there's some that... You know what? Actually, no. My second favorite would definitely be Miss Magius. Meloetta, Miss Magius. I think Selby would be up there. You have a strong team? I have a strong Lucia. I don't know about a strong team, though. The problem is... Hang on. Position there, and in the meantime what I can do is I can dance again, at least to get them to safety for now, to kind of regroup. Alright, now we're on turn 4. This Lucia is very strong. Okay, because now we can hit the Adune pretty easily here. So you notice I didn't lose anyone, and I made sure I took both the fountain and the other thing. You gotta break both of them. But yeah, we can take out Adune, easy peasy, and now you'll see that we get our duo characters. I don't have any duo characters on this particular team. Yeah, we got 400 lift because you can always do the 2 times multiplier. So let's see. So I can do 4 more battles this season. And that will get me to... Yeah, that should give me just over 21,000. Every time I have... every team that I have faced... every time that I face that type of team in Ether Keeps, I feel nervous because I feel like everyone has the duo teams. Duos are very strong units, but I, in particular, don't have... so my team, at least the one that I've been using a lot lately, so I don't have a lot of... up until recently, I never had a a 5-star exclusive plus 10. But we went hard for this character. So Lucia from Radiant Dawn, I had a ton of orbs, plus 10 her, and I built a team around her. So like Saline's real good because she helps heal Lucia. Lucia basically cancels out all skills and buffs and things like that. So it's basically just raw power versus raw power. So she usually comes out on top because you're disabling all enemy skills. Air is there because she's the bonus mythic for this season. You can see here bonus allies. This season bonus allies is Air. So the first one's always the bonus mythic for offensive teams. And then Triandra is the one for defensive teams. And then the others are just bonus wherever you use them, but they're not going to be as useful as the bonus mythics. Peony, Duo Peony. Okay, so I guess I do have a duo unit. Duo Peony is a really good dancer because not only does she dance and give buffs thanks to her her dancing skill Gentle Dream. You can see here she grants attack speed, defense, res to the target ally and any ally that's in cardinal direction, so up and down, left and right. But then she also, because her duo skill, if you tap on her, as she's already acted, you tap on her, you can dance again any unit that's next to Duo Peony that I think has the highest HP. So it's a double dance. So she's one of the best dancers for that reason. And then Regan here is she's just another Astra Mythic, but she's also good because she has unrestricted Canto. So it's good for maneuvering your units. But yeah, this Lucia plus 10, highly invested. I think I got the peony duo, but I think I still need to level up. Yeah, you know, she's amazing to have. So, yeah, if you just go to your duo peony and just kind of click on this green icon and just read this duo skill, it tells you everything that she can do and how to do it. One of the best dancers by far. But yeah, Lucia and Saline are good teammates that work together well. Air, she's the bonus mythic, so you can get more points that way. Duo Peony, one of the best dancers, and then Regan, again, unlimited Canto, or not unlimited, but unrestricted Canto. So you can move 3 spaces, do something like a reposition, and then move again 3 spaces. Or instead of reposition, you can move 3 spaces, attack, and then 3 spaces away. So she's really good for maneuvering. Alright, let's see here. Where am I? There we are.
Hello, Divine One.
Hello, Divine One. Alright, let's get a meal here.
Come on in.
Let's see. We don't have a lot of chicken apparently. Let's go with baked potato. Actually, let's do this one because we have plenty of ingredients. Crumble cake. We probably want fruit on that, right? Let's see. Do you just go for maintaining vault, or do you try to go for top ranks? Mostly maintaining vault because it gives me the ability to go for higher scores and higher rankings. Like I do want to try and get more thrones if I can, but obviously the first priority is just maintaining vault. Some weeks are better for me than others depending on the units I have in terms of like bonus mythics and all that stuff. Let's see. Granted, I guess you need the mythic merges for that. Yeah. I mean, depending on the week though, like I said, depending on the week. I mean, I've gotten into tier 39 pretty easily in the past. Obviously, as the meta changes and I don't keep up with it sometimes, it gets a little harder. But this Lucia has made things a little bit easier. So, yeah, hoping to see some better weeks.
Just leave it to me. These expensive ingredients.
Oh yeah, you guys haven't been
so
here in a while
nervous.
either. So like, I just want to let you guys know.
One,
we're going to be doing a giveaway on the Fire Emblem Engage Divine
Solid
Edition
meal
soon.
to build solid muscles. I want to order this every day.
So we're going to do a giveaway soon on the Divine Edition. Thursdays are now community nights. So the last 2 nights we've been doing, or sorry, the last 2 weeks we've been doing Mario Kart, and then this week we also do a little bit of Smash Bros. We'll also do some Mario Party and Splatoon in the future. Let's see, what else? Oh, in the Discord. So right now, you guys know that we have a lot of Fire Emblem emotes. So you can see here some of the ones we use. Let me put them all in the chat for you guys. So we have a lot of really good Fire Emblem emotes, and we are commissioning 3 more. I'm debating right now whether I want more. So those are, use them all for various emotions or reactions or feelings or whatever. Debating getting 3 more of those of like emotions that we don't have yet, or we can get 3 holiday emotes. So for example, right now we do have a Santa Hector emote that you can use during the holidays. We're thinking of, if we do holiday emotes, we're thinking maybe Halloween, maybe New Year's, maybe Valentine's Day, I don't know, stuff like that. So we'll see. So like, if you guys have opinions on whether you guys would like more feeling emotes that you can use anytime, for various situations, let me know. Or if you would prefer holiday emotes, I think that could be cool too. We're only getting 3 at the moment though, so obviously if I could, I would order all of them, but right now our emote artist is pretty busy, so we're just doing 3 for the moment.
Here, I made you a to-go meal. Hope
Same though, I mostly drop if my defense is bad and I don't have a bonus mythic. Yeah, that's why always on the mythic banners, I generally try to get the mythic, the new mythic units right away, because I know they'll be bonus pretty quickly. Whereas with like legendary units, I don't often go for those right away because I haven't been focusing on arena really. Although at some point soon I probably want to start refocusing on arena again. But yeah, with the focus on AR, I always try and at least get the mythic right away. I don't go overboard trying to get them, but I'll definitely spend some orbs on mythic banners to try and get the newest one. Alright, we did the meal. Let's go do a... Oh yeah, now we have a Master Seal. Who should get it? Also, did they recently change this? The Master Seal I could have sworn that used to be in the inventory, but now they're storehouse. Did they change this recently, or have they always been in the storehouse? Because we were, the last Master Seal we got, we're like, where'd it go? It disappeared. And like everyone in chat was like, oh my god, where'd it go? It's disappeared. And then we found it here and we were like, has it always been here? My Dark Defense has been doing a lot better lately. Duo Linde, oh okay, yeah, Duo Linde is a solid ranged unit there. And Cavline, yeah. Cavline defenses are very reliable. I think I run a Cavline defense on one of my seasons. I can't remember which one. Oh, and then remember, guys, tomorrow, so Crazy Psycho, Ember. If you haven't added me in FEH already and you want to, feel free. !FEH for my friend codes on my main account and my iPad account. So 2 of the 3 accounts. On Saturdays, we always do rival domains with viewer units. So if you want to join in, just let me know your lead tomorrow. So tomorrow when we get to stream, use the channel point redemption for FEH Brigade and let me know who your lead is, and then we'll get you in for rival domains. We do auto battle it, but we do turn on animation so we can actually, so it doesn't zoom by too fast. All right, let's use this Master Seal. Yes, would love to add you on FEH. Yeah, absolutely. Type in !FEH, FEH. And then again, the first number is my main account. You can add that one, and then my iPad is actually the 3rd number. So we do rival domains simultaneously on both of them. So we'll do that usually in the evening hours. Ember, I think you're now in my time zone, if I'm not mistaken, or at least close to it, because I'm on Central Time. It's almost 2 a.m. here. Also, did I do? Make sure I did everything for today. Did Hero's Journey? Did I do Hall Forms? Yes. Oh, that's right. We have more orbs waiting for us, guys. We can do that tomorrow. The legendary banners, or legendary hero battles, I should say. Yeah, these should be real easy now with my Lucia. All right, who's getting this Master Seal? We have a Master Seal and I think 3 second seals. Yeah. Anna's not quite... Oh, she's only at level 1. I think I'm on Central Time now? Okay. Yeah, I'm in Illinois, which is Central Time. I really do want to use Citrine more. I haven't used her much in previous runs. Louis would be a solid promotion, though. What's the next map? Chapter 9? Is 9 and 10 the long one, or is it 10 and 11? Actually, I don't remember. The smart choice would be a Lear, too, because we have to bring a Lear. But if I start leveling the Lear too much, then that makes the Divine Paralogs harder chapters. Let's see, I'm still trying to get used to it because I was in Pacific Time before. I'm in Texas now. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, Texas is Central Time. I know actually several people that live in Texas that are members of our community. Like Tara is a fellow Fire Emblem collector, lives in Texas. Let's see, a friend of mine from actually I met him at Video Games Live. He was a guest performer once, but he was also a fellow game journalist. So his name is Mike. Yeah, he moved to Texas. He was actually here in like the Chicagoland area, if I remember correctly. Which is funny because we met in Los Angeles, but we were both from the Chicago area. And then, yeah, some fellow Fire Emblem streamers as well. I know. I think. Let's see. I think Lord Gregorius is in Texas. They said, or at least close to it. Mab, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? This is another late night for me streaming. I really shouldn't be streaming this late because this week was my spring break, so I've been able to sleep late. But I really should be getting back to a normal sleep schedule soon because I do have work Monday. It's not a day of classes, but it's a teacher institute day, so I still have to go in and we have a bunch of staff meetings and blah 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 blah. Tuesday I have off though because it's election day, and here in Illinois all election days are state holidays, so I get the whole day off. And then we have classes on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So resuming work. Oh yeah, I think I was actually watching Ember's stream when I was like, oh, I got my paycheck, and then literally 10 minutes later, after my paycheck was direct deposited into my bank account, literally 10 minutes after, Intelligent Systems announced new merch. I don't know if you saw the merch that I was talking about, Ember, or anyone. So, too big. So here's the Fire Emblem Engage merch they announced last night, and I'm gonna go check real quick if it was posted for pre-order yet, because I've been waiting for 24 hours for this to go up for pre-order. Still not up. Okay. High traffic on our website. Currently not possible to access the page. Yeah, I buy all my merch from Ami Ami. Well, not all of it, but like most of it. Alright, well anyway, that's a cool look at the merch come in. So all the stuff you see on the screen there will be out in May. Well, most of it. I think one of them is in June. We mentioned about the new merch, the charms. They look really good. Again, we had some acrylic charms, bag charms, embroidered patches, the drink tumbler, and then the sketchbook. All right, who should we promote that I would start using like immediately? Actually, let me check real quick on the world map. Let me check the next chapter to see if this is the start of the gauntlet. Let's put it that way. No, it's not. Okay, so we're... Whoa. Skirmishes? Is that a thing in Maddening? I thought it wasn't. Fort on the border. Why don't I remember this map? Like, I don't remember this map at all. Hold on. Just want to see a picture of the map so I can jog my memory here. Okay, okay. No, I remember this one now. This is where we get G, I think. Snap, I just realized that you're playing on Maddening. How is it so far? Maddening, I feel like, is easier than hard mode, but here's why. I feel like it's because I know what to expect now in terms of like the map designs, and the types of enemies, and like when everyone starts moving and all this stuff, and like which units I want to focus on, and you know, how to utilize the various mechanics of the game. So I feel like every Maddening playthrough I've done so far on like various maps, every map has been easier so far. But again, I just think it's because of familiarity. So, like for example, if you start on a normal, maybe Maddening will be easy to jump to next because like, you know, you're familiar with it already. I started with hard, but then I did Maddening after that. So yeah, Maddening's not so bad here. Like even on the other games, after I completed a hard mode run, making the jump to Maddening was definitely a jump in difficulty. Whereas here, I feel like it's definitely easier. So. Alright, okay, I think I remember this map now. I don't remember the types of enemies on the field though. So I think that's gonna factor into the decision of who I promote. So we'll probably do that next time we play Engage. So tomorrow's stream, guys, I'm gonna start to wrap up actually because it's 2 a.m. But tomorrow we're gonna probably try to start early. It's gonna be Persona 4 Golden stream in the afternoon, and then in the evening we'll switch to Fire Emblem Heroes. So again, if you guys want to join in for Rival Domains, Crazy Psycho, Ember, or anyone else who plays Faye, it's in the chat. I think Boashock might still be here. Rival Domains is tomorrow. It's infantry bonus week, so if you have an infantry unit that's really good, set them as your lead, and then we'll get them in for Rival Domains, which again we play with all viewer units. So maybe my Lucia will join in. We'll see. That's interesting. I still can't finish the chapter before the last one in Crimson Flower. Chapter before the last one. I'm trying to remember that one because Crimson Flower is the shorter one. I remember the last chapter, but I don't remember the one before that. Run Maddening mode. Yeah, Maddening in 3 houses I feel like was a bit more of a challenge than Engage. But I could just be my memory. I don't know. 3 houses gets easier the more we play it to get familiar, but I mean that's the same with any game. So. But alright guys, I'm going to start wrapping up here. I think it's the one with Byleth, Edelgard, and the others have to face Dimitri and Rhea. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about now. I remember now. That one was a little bit tougher on harder difficulties. But again, and because I knew what I had to do, it wasn't impossible. I think, yeah, my first time through, I was like, oh no, what's happening? Because like my first time through, I'm going very cautiously, very slowly through the map, and then stuff starts to happen. I think you know what I mean. Stuff starts to happen. I'm like, oh no, I should have gone faster. No. Do you ever do beyond the 4 required runs in Radiant Dawn with Rival Domains with viewers? I've seen other people stream doing that and running unit themes for people to submit. We've done themes in the past. Generally speaking, because we often do like other things in Faye or other games. Like tomorrow, for example, is going to be a Persona 4 Golden stream to start, and then in the evening we're going to do Rival Domains. Generally, we do the 4 as long as we beat them, which is obviously pretty easy. But on occasion, if we don't beat it, we'll go in again, do another round. But we do often just kind of go through them. But if you want to do a themed one, we can look into that tomorrow. Because I don't think we have too much to do in Faye itself. Let me double check here, actually. Saturday the 1st. Tomorrow. Wait, do we have a voting gauntlet tomorrow? According to my calendar here, we have a voting gauntlet tomorrow. Let's see here. Simplify. I messed up. You messed up beating Byleth? Oh, in 3 Hopes. Yeah, Simplupa is playing through 3 Hopes right now. Simplupa has actually played more of 3 Hopes than I have. Let's see, and just see if they went through auto battling. Yeah, we auto battle just because it's a lot to do and we have other stuff to do on stream. But we do turn on animation so it slows it down a little bit so we can actually keep up with what's going on. But yeah, if we want to explore a theme thing, we can do that. We've done that in the past. We also do a little kind of channel point prediction thing, so that way you guys can hopefully win some channel points. Usually an over/under based on how many bonus kills we get. Let's see. Have a good night and rest. Hope you continue to have a great spring break before. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, like I said, I have tomorrow and I have Sunday. And then I go back to work on Monday for an institute day, which is mostly just like staff meetings and stuff like that. I have Tuesday off for election day, and then back to teaching classes on Wednesday. In the chapter where Claude is, yeah, no, that's a tough one. I remember that one. Remember that you're pointing through the route that I did play now, so actually I remember that particular route. Let's see. It can just be fun to run some back-to-back ones and change the themes every run. Yeah, we can try it. Did you have any particular themes that you wanted to try or that you've enjoyed in the past? We can absolutely do that because Infantry Week, it's not the hardest week, but we'll be able to get through it okay. Armor Week is a little bit tougher because the units just move so slowly. So, you know, we have no trouble beating the enemies, but by the time we get across the map to the fortress, we just run out of turns and we can't take down the fortress sometimes. Usually we're okay, but on occasion that does happen. So every time it's Armor Week, we're like, all right, guys, it's Armor Week to get your armor unit leads, but a few calves here and there are okay, and actually preferred. Let's see, Sambupa says, like, I thought he would retreat, but oops, I made a mistake. Yeah, that happens. No, that's if I remember correctly, that was a tough one to go after Biothon. All right. Oh, excuse me. Let me see where to send you. Wait a second. What? Is this right? That can't be right. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's usually doing it after the clear, just for fun. Also, nice. You have yeah. Here in Illinois, Election Day is a state holiday. Fabri, welcome in. Do you have a favorite on this Fire Emblem? Favorite character? Ooh, right now, it's probably Ivy, but there are several like side characters that I'm starting to really. The more I get to know them in the game, the more I'm starting to like them. So Ivy is a really high ranking one for me. Lapis is up there. I really like Lapis. Yunaka, obviously. I'm surprised at how much I like Anna in this particular game. I mean, she's no Awakening Anna, but she's pretty solid in this one, I think. I want to get to know Citrine more. I haven't used her a ton, so I haven't gotten to see a lot of her conversations or supports, but I want to get to use Citrine more and kind of get to know the character. Panette's growing on me too a lot, both as a unit and as a character. Let me give a shout out too for Fabri here. All right. But how are you doing this evening, Fabri? Yeah, we're actually starting to wrap up because it's actually past 2 a.m. now. Yeah, we were doing some Fire Emblem Heroes earlier. We had not just the legendary summons, but we were catching up on all our summons throughout the week that we've been backed up on, and then we played some Engage today. Let's see. I'm stealing a whole Golden Deer class for Claude. It's just him by himself. Imagine him just sitting in the classroom by himself. Where's everyone? I have no classmates or teacher. Not all of them though. My MVPs so far in Engage are my Mage Knight Chloe and Sniper Clan. In my previous runs, my usual MVPs are Panette, if you give her both Vantage and Wrath, like, oh my god. 100% hit rate, 100% crit rate, and then if she takes even just a little bit of damage to get below the 75% mark, again, she'll always attack first. 100% hit rate, 100% crit rate, she destroys everything. Lapis was another crit machine for me. Etier was pretty good too. Yunaka paired with Corrin. I mean, for those of you that have tried Yunaka Corrin, know what I'm talking about. Yeah, there are a lot of units that I didn't use that I want to use more. So we're gonna try and use them in this run, like, you know, characters like Diamants, characters like Citrine. So. You forgot he has Hilda and Holst too, but except he was never seen in 3 houses since he and Balthus are the same age. Yeah. He's not the same age as Claude. It's reset in Fae, guys. Let's see. Do we actually have Voting Gauntlet today? Is today Voting Gauntlet? Oh, it is. There are the battle flags. All right, it's Voting Gauntlet time, guys. And we'll do this Hero's Journey battle here. All right. But it is 2 a.m., guys. We're going to raid someone. Let's see. Who should we go to? Karoi's playing Fire Emblem Engage, but I feel like we've raided Karoi like 3 out of the last 4 days. Because we've been streaming pretty late and like no one else is usually on. Metcalf's on. We could go there. Metcalf's currently streaming, I think, Princess Connect, which is apparently ending in a month. So I think we'll send you guys there. And then we will be back tomorrow with Persona 4 Golden and Fire Emblem Heroes. I feel like as soon as I end stream, I feel like Kron is gonna start. Although no, it is a weekend, so probably not. So all right, if you guys want to join us, if you are subbed and have access to our amazing Fire Emblem. Oh, by the way, because I know we have a few people that weren't here earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, we are commissioning 3 more emotes from Zadora. Fabri knows Zadora. We're commissioning 3 more. I need your help in Discord, guys. One, we have to decide, are we commissioning more like emotion or feeling or reaction type emotes? Like, you know, a lot of people want a sad emote or a sleep emote or something. Do we want 3 more of those, of ones we don't have, obviously? Or do we want holiday emotes? We already have a Santa Hector. I'm kind of thinking maybe a Halloween, Valentine's Day, maybe New Year's, maybe St. Patrick's Day, maybe 4th of July. I don't know. But those would only be seasonal, whereas if we go for like kind of like feeling or reaction type emotes, those can be used obviously any time of the year. So let me know what you want. Believe, welcome in. How are you doing today? We're kind of wrapping up. But how are you doing today? Good night. Not sure I'll be there tomorrow, but hope to tune in again soon. All right, yeah, no, it's always good to see you in the chat. Yeah, these days we're always playing Faye down here, but tomorrow we'll be doing some Persona 4 Golden. We're gonna alternate basically between Persona 4 Golden and our Maddening Engage runs, probably until Zelda comes out. If we finish Persona 4 early, we'll probably play a little bit of Bayonetta 3. Hopefully we can finish that. Bayo 2 we finished in like 2 days, in 2 streams, because the games usually aren't that long. I'm everywhere today. Busy day. Yeah, I had a kind of crazy day. I went to sleep late last night because they announced new Fire Emblem merch, and I was waiting, staying up late to see if they would go up for pre-order. They didn't. Then I woke up early to see if they went up for pre-order yet. They didn't. And then most of my afternoon and evening here in the Chicago area, we were under a severe thunderstorm watch and even tornado watch. Too much. So no, I get that. Luckily, I haven't had like a crazy day like that yet in a while. But no, it's not to say my day wasn't exciting though. You know, like I said, tornado watches, severe thunderstorm warnings, sirens going off. Didn't get anything on our face summons. But yeah, back to the emote talk, guys. Again, I need your guys' help. Do we want more emotion / feeling / reaction type emotes, like cry emotes or sleep emote, or you know, like a scheming emote, like, you know, that type of stuff that we can use at any time that would be like situational? Or do we want more holiday emotes, like we have the Santa Hector? Do we want something like a Halloween emote? Do we want something like a Valentine's Day emote that we could use during those particular times of the year? Because we are commissioning 3 more emotes from Zadora. I told her I would get her the information by tomorrow, so gotta figure that out. It's still cold here where I live. It gets March 31st, but winter's still here. Here it got up to the 60s, but because of all the storms, I think it's dropping back down to the 40s tomorrow. So, rip. But yeah, it should be warming up soon, though. Like I said, today was in the 60s, so hopefully in April we'll see more days in the 60s and possibly 70s. So, all right. Well, again, like I said, guys, we are wrapping up for the night. We're probably going to send you to Metcalf, who's been streaming Princess Connect, which is apparently ending this month. Sorry, Princess Connect fans. But if you're subbed, copy the subraid command, the Haya Papaya. If you're not subbed, but if you have channel points, you can use those channel points to get the Hildebonk emote and use the other subraid command. And then if you're not subbed and don't have enough channel points, you can use the regular raid command. Make sure you guys follow on Discord. Again, I need your guys' help to figure out this emote dilemma here, because I need to get Zadora the information probably within the next like 18 hours or so. And then follow on social media. But like I said, we are going to raid over to Metcalf, who's a friend of the stream. St. Patty's Day loot. Yeah, see, stuff like that. I will say, though, when the thought of a St. Patrick's Day emote came up, someone suggested Maiko, which is right now is my #1 most wanted character for Faye that's not already in Faye, because we already got Lucia and Fallen Lilith, which were both on top of my list for a long time. But someone suggested Maiko because she's a heavy drinker, and St. Patrick's Day is all about drinking for the adults. So that was suggested. But no, like stuff like that, like someone with like green hair, for example. That makes sense. That makes sense. Lou's also very short, so leprechaun stuff. But yeah, let me know if you guys want holiday emotes or if you want just like regular, more like feeling reaction type emotes as usual. Because I can't make up my mind. And then once we figure out which way we're going, if we want to do the regular feeling and emotion type ones, we'll have to figure out which 3 emotions we want and then which Fire Emblem characters fit those emotions. That's the priority order. So, but yeah, head over to the Discord. We'll talk more about it over the next day or so. Oh yeah, I was wearing green. There we go. Well, obviously for the emote, that'd be wearing green. So, but yeah, guys, yeah, check the Discord. I'll be kind of bugging everyone in the Discord about that over the next, again, like I said, 18 hours or so. But you guys have a good one. We're gonna go raid over to Metcalf, copy the raid command, and I will see you guys tomorrow for Persona 4 Golden and Fire Emblem Heroes. All right, guys, have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.